little glint in his hungry eyes. Little king of the parking lot, dragging home another prize. Tactical tail, twitching fast. He's got clips on every branch. If it flips, if it locks, if it lasts, he's the rodent of the EDC clan. He's the EDC Squirrel, stashing the bark. Blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the curb to the cul-de-sac, rod sharpen your wits end.
Protect your nuts!
Protect your nuts!
Protect your nuts!
Tiny terror in the tree line cuts. He'll drop from a power line, show you what's riding his hip. Thumb stud flipper, front flick spine. He lives for that perfect click, spreading word to the backyard crew. Check this edge, feel that grind. Every acorn, every review, carved with a steel tooth mine.
Whoa.
He's the EDC Squirrel, stashing the bark. Blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the curb to the cul-de-sac, rod sharpen your wits end.
Protect your nuts!
Protect your nuts!
Protect your nuts!
Tiny terror in the tree line cuts. Climb high, tree line thrown in the storm. Cold bite, metal heart staying warm. If you mess with a scribe or his heart, you'll hear one battle cry roar.
From the brush! Protect your nuts! Protect your nuts!
He's the EDC Squirrel, stashing the bark. Blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the mail call crate to the gutter front rod, sharpen your wits end.
Protect your nuts!
Protect your nuts.
Protect your nuts!
A little legend with the pocket cut guts.
Okay, let's see. Mike's working. Okay, awesome. How's everybody doing today? It's Saturday again. Hey, Mike dropped. Hey, Bunny, how you doing? Glad you guys could make it. Still in the middle of just getting ready because I was running late today. So just about there. How's your weekend going so far? Hope everything's going well. Just trying to get. Oh God, didn't realize my hands are so dry. Just getting everything semi-organized. Not that I have a lot to organize, but you know me, starting late. Hope everything's going well with you guys, and got a few things in today. Not a whole lot, but you know, I like to share. I like to chat with you guys, and I hate the idea of even just missing a show, even if I don't really have all that much going on. Just because I like chatting with people doing all this stuff, you know, with the knife stuff and whatnot. Oh, well, that's a little more than I needed to know. Here, go, Bunny, but hope you're doing okay. Okay, so it is another Saturday, another few new knives from the last week, and a couple or actually a single non-knife thing, because I haven't opened a certain box yet, and I keep forgetting to, and so we're going to go over that real quick. And I got some actual, I think, another non-knife thing, but EDC related, coming next week. It didn't make it in time for this show, but at least I'm adding a little more to the EDC channel. First, what we're going to do, let's go over some of the new stuff that I got this last week. Now, Normally, I start off with the traditional knives, but I think we're going to hold off just a little bit because I've got a special traditional knife that I want to unveil, and we're going to do that a little bit later. I'm going to start off first. Something I got from Chasing Blades on Whatnot. You bought some more knives from Lynn's collection. You got a XHP holdout with a 3V Warcraft Tonto? Good grief. 3V. I don't have it. I don't branch out on too many different steel types. But that's me. I usually stick with a few. Some of the specialty stuff is a little bit more than like, I don't know. To me, it's for my uses. Is it really worth it? And some Russian knives off Amazon. $54 for an 11.5 inch Aus 8. They called a Hawk Bebut. Oh, geez, $600 for you. Whatever. For me, that's a good couple months of knives right there. All right, so the first one I've got is a really inexpensive knife. Talk about a $180 from a $600 knife. This one's from Rough Rider. This is a 30th anniversary, and I picked this up because some people were kind of sleeping on this one. Normally, the Rough Rider anniversaries went for around. Roughly, they're like their higher end of Rough Rider, and even the higher end of Rough Rider tends to be pretty inexpensive. They run around, if I remember correctly, ran around $30. This one's a 30th anniversary. This was back in 30th anniversary as of, I believe, what does it say in there? 24. Yeah, okay, yeah, since 2024. So from 1994 to 2024. This is one of their anniversary knives. I have a couple other anniversary knives, 30th anniversary knives, I believe, from Rough Rider, and they all come in a tin like this with a picture of the Rough Riders on the tin, if you're familiar with the Rough Riders at all. Oh, hold on a second. Give me a 1 minute because I'm about to have a coughing fit. Okay, a little better. And Teddy Roosevelt Rough Riders. So that's what they were named after. They got a picture of it there. And I don't know if they had anything on the tin itself. What was that on the back? Oh, yeah, on the back. For 30 years, the Rough Rider brand has followed the tradition of Teddy Roosevelt. We handpicked the very best materials from every corner of the world in order to make the very best product. Anything less wouldn't be a Rough Rider. Again, 1994, 2024. And this one happens to be a teardrop, single-bladed teardrop with, now this is, I'm not sure if what they call this type of bone. It's like an antiqued or burnt bone, and with a really nice diamond milling to it. Again, because this is one of their anniversary collection or one of their more premium knives, it's actually really pretty darn good on the QC. A little slightly off center on the well, but that's kind of typical for Rough Rider. I tend to see most of their blades to be slightly off center, but again, for the price, these are some of the nicest knives if you're looking to get something inexpensive, traditional. It's just, they're kind of hard to beat for the cost, not to mention they have lifetime warranties on them. And you can see here we have on the blade, let me grab a cloth. So I know I'm getting fingerprints all over this already. Let's see if I can get this to focus. 30th anniversary, Rough Rider, 1994, 2024. And this is a 440 stainless steel. They are made in China. But when it comes to traditional knives, like if anybody were to ask where to start, they wanted to start collecting traditional knives, but didn't have a lot in the way of money to spend, I always recommend the Rough Rider knives. They've got pretty decent quality for the cost, and a majority of the Rough Rider knives, and not necessarily maybe the anniversaries. Like I said, the anniversaries tend to be a little bit more expensive. The premiums or their black, I think they call them their black box or black label. I can't recall. But those tend to be a little higher. I think the most expensive Rough Rider I've seen, at least new, was maybe just south of $50. And on average, most Rough Riders are going to run you anywhere from, say, $10 to $25, depending. And they've always been pretty damn good knives. I mean, sure, they might not have the best premium materials or anything, but they do what they need to do. They're good cutters, really easy to maintain. A lot of them look really fantastic, really easy to collect especially because of their low cost. Hey, Kodiak, how you doing? And they're just fun knives overall to get in any collection, especially a lot of the stuff like the collector, the anniversaries or the higher end premium Rough Riders. Hey, Kodiak, your grandfather rode with, no kidding, your great grandfather as a Rough Rider, the Spanish. No kidding. That's awesome. And you'll have to excuse my cough. My cough has not been getting any better. I've got a chronic cough. It's nothing catchy. Just my throat is just horrible. That's pretty darn cool. But yeah, this is another one to add to my collection. I don't believe I had a teardrop. Just a really neat single bladed traditional knife, and this one in particular has a really strong snap to it. You've got a relatively long nail nick. It's not a French pull or a long pull, but a pretty sizable nail nick. This one, like I said, has a really strong spring to it. Nice half stop, which I really like, and really beautiful bone. That's just gorgeous. Gives it a nice grip too. But that was one, and the reason why I was saying that people slept on this, and I got this one from Chasing Blades on Whatnot during one of their auctions, and I was kind of surprised because, like I said, these normally I've seen these go for like around $30, $25-$30 for these anniversary editions, and I think I grabbed it for like maybe roughly around $15. They started it. I don't think people really understood what it was. But I think it was like under $15, if I recall, to grab this Rough Rider. So pretty good pickup, in my opinion. Really happy I got that one. Yeah, that's awesome that he was an actual Rough Rider. Is he in there? Hold on. Yeah, tell me if he's in there. You got Teddy Roosevelt right in the center. There you go. Some of it's not easy to make out, but you have to tell me if he's on the tin there. But that's pretty cool. That's awesome to have in your history. Do you have a lot of Rough Rider knives? I mean, with something like that, I would have a lot of Rough Rider knives. Okay. Moving on to another. This one's a modern knife. Like I said, there's some other traditionals. I got a couple from Case, but I'm going to hang on to those for last. This one is from Kaiser. This one I got from Monthly Knife Club. And it was April's Monthly Knife Club drop. And this one is a Kaiser parakeet. I already have a parakeet, but this one is a little different because the one that Monthly Knife Club dropped is done in aluminum scales. There you go. Whereas the one that I've had originally, let me grab it real quick and I can show you. The one that I had originally was done in brown micarta. And the parakeets have been around for a while. They're not like super new. The last few years anyway. Where did my parakeet go? It's a small knife, so is that it? That's not it. Is that it? Crap, damn it. There you are. Okay, so this was Monthly Knife Club's April drop. Aluminum scales. You've got, I think it was like a 2.4 something, like 2.47 inch Nitro V steel blade. Black coated, pretty nice grip, dual thumb studs. This is a plunger button lock, and with a sheep's foot style blade. Now, the original one that I've had this for a bit of time. This one was done in brown micarta with thumb holes, and you've got a drop point blade on this one. Also done in Nitro V, stonewash blackened blade, and same plunger style button lock. Really nifty knives, in my opinion. I'm really glad I got one of these because I like the blade shape of the sheep's foot. And the aluminum scale, surprisingly not as slick as a lot of times aluminum scales tend to be pretty slick, but they have the same type of milling that the micarta does, and it's pretty darn grippy. The only thing I kind of wish it did have was a thumb hole. Although at the same time, to be quite honest, while I like reverse flicking this one is really hard to use the thumb with. I can slow roll it open with the thumb, but if I want to open it quickly, kind of have to reverse flick. Whereas the one that Monthly Knife Club dropped comes with thumb studs, so it's really easy to use the thumb on that regard. And I can still reverse flick this one as well. It's actually pretty easy to do. But really neat little knives. They fit perfectly in like the fifth or the watch pocket of your jeans. And they tuck very well in there. I'm going to turn the fan on because it's freaking getting warm in here. There we go. But just a really handy knife to keep in your fifth pocket. It tucks in, fits in there perfectly. It's got a deep carry pocket clip in there, which is reversible, and sits pretty low, which is really, really nice. I already put a video out on this one because I like to do the Monthly Knife Club drops. I try to do those videos about the same day that I get them. You have about 20 Rough Riders? You got to check out the Discord. I'd love to see some of them. I can't remember how many Rough Riders I have. I have a crap ton. Because I started my... I've been collecting for years. The majority of what I would collect, though, are modern style knives, things like this. And I got somewhat recently into traditional knives, and my gateway into those were Rough Riders. And I have acquired so many Rough Rider knives because they're relatively inexpensive. I mean, like I said, you can get a good Rough Rider for anywhere between $10 to $25. In some cases, if you're really lucky, I like to do a lot of shopping on Whatnot when it comes to knives. Whatnot is an online auction app where they do live auctions, and there's a pretty big knife community. And if you're quick, know what you're looking at, know the prices, which really helps keep you from getting paying a little too much. You can get some really amazing deals on Whatnot. I've gotten knives off Whatnot from anywhere from say 10, 20, 30, even 50% off what I would normally pay if I were to go online and buy at the retailer. Now, some of it is a bit of luck. So, like I said, you have to be quick, know what you're looking at. It helps if you know the prices, so that way you don't, overbid, things like that. Some people will still overpay because some things are just hard to get. I'm going to be showing you something like that in a little bit. But on average, I tend to save a lot over what I normally would get the knife over in, like I said, if I were buying it from any other online retailer or even face to face. Also the other benefit to that are going on Whatnot that I like, and I'm not sponsored by Whatnot or anything. I just do a lot of business through it. One of the other reasons why I like Whatnot and auction sites like that are a lot of times you can get your hands on stuff you've probably would have a hard time getting anywhere else. Like a lot of times, if it was like a limited run or just a rare type of knife, there's a good chance you might be able to find somebody selling it on Whatnot. The other thing that's really cool is a lot of the sellers on Whatnot, if they're a big enough seller, they'll do collaborations with some of the manufacturers, and you can get some really cool limited edition one-off collaborations, or limited edition or one-off collaborations. Like I've got a few collaborations between I'm trying to remember that some of the brand, like Ramet and Blade HQ have done a lot of collaborations. Keto and Blade HQ, Case will do a lot of collaborations with some of the sellers there, and a lot of the sellers, you'll just find a lot of collaborations that you won't see anywhere else, and a lot of times you won't get them anywhere else but Whatnot. So that's another reason why I like doing a lot of buying through there. It's just a really fun way to do it. I get a chance at saving a lot of money, and also get a chance at getting my hands on a lot of stuff that you can't get anywhere else. You've been collecting knives for over 50 years. Well, yeah, over 50 years. Holy cow. Currently own over 1,000 knives of all kinds. I've been collecting, maybe not as long. I'd like to say actively collecting probably around like 20 to 30 years, or roughly around there. It's kind of hard to really pin down. I mean, my first knife I got when I was a kid, but I wouldn't say that I was actively collecting at the time. And I still got that first knife. And I'm a little over 400 knives. And I've trimmed my collection down a couple times over the years because just simply room, just trying to make some room. So I've actually trimmed my collection down a couple times on occasion. So, let me see. So that was the Kaiser Parakeet. Really cool little knife, really handy, because it's like I can carry this easily, like I said, in the watch pocket and still have room for my other knives. Also, if you're in an area where blade length is severely restricted, this is under 2.5 inches of blade, so it's more than likely within at least blade length restrictions. I don't see too many that have blade length restrictions under 3 inches. So this will usually get you by, unless there's some other restrictions like non-locking or whatever. But blade length wise, these are fantastic, and I really love either one of them. Either the drop point with a thumb hole in the micarta, and then the one I just got with the aluminum and the thumb studs with the sheep's foot blade, which I really, really like. Awesome little knives, and really glad I got that from Monthly Knife Club, even though I do have another one, and I'm going to continue my subscription with them and see, hopefully come up with something really cool for next week as well. So that was from Kaiser. I got one more modern knife that I got in, and I know the majority, nearly everything I have when that time eventually comes is going to go to my daughter and a lot of family and a few friends as well. I don't have a Benchmade yet. Every time I think about getting a Benchmade, I get something else because I find something that's a little less expensive, but I don't know, I just like more. And I've been looking hard because there's they came out with the bug out in Magna Cut, and normally their bug outs are an S30V. And I really like Magna Cut because I just like the overall kind of pretty even traits of that steel, if you understand what I mean. And, in terms of corrosion resistance, toughness, edge retention, things like that. It's a pretty good jack of all trades. and that's one of the reasons why I really like MagnaCut. And then Benchmade finally came out with that for the same cost as their S30V, which is $200. The problem is I keep finding a lot of knives that are under $200 that I kind of would rather have. So I just haven't nailed it down yet. I've seen the Osborne. I've thought of it myself. Again, the reason why I was looking at the bug out is because it came out in MagnaCut as opposed to S30V. I don't know what the Osborne comes out in. In fact, the one knife that I ended up getting, because I was thinking about nailing, or like I was thinking about hitting that or grabbing that $200 Benchmade, that bug out, and then I noticed, where did I put it? And then I noticed this knife came out, and this was that Vosti that I showed last week, the TI Slim. And I really, really like the Porcupine. And when they came out with a slim version in titanium, and this one, while it's a 154 cm steel, I forgot how much I said this was, like around 140. So 140 for this one. And I love this knife. This is the one I ended up getting when I was tossing around the idea of getting the Benchmade. I ended up picking that one up. It saved me a little bit of money. Blue G10 20 CV reverse Tonto. That's what I'm looking at. That's the other thing I'm looking at. That buck knives. I really want to get a 112 in MagnaCut from Buck Knives Custom Shop. But I'm kind of waiting to see if other things make their custom shop, because I know sometime this year they're supposed to be releasing their traditional slims, which are essentially a slimmed down version of the 110 and the 112. I don't know if they're doing any other models, but hold on a second. Let me pull this. I know I'm getting sidetracked, but I'm sure since you mentioned the buck knives, you're familiar with the 110. Now I added a third-party thumb stud to mine to make mine one-handed opening, but you're familiar with like how thick and how heavy, even the 112, which is a little smaller, but the 110. I mean, this is a chunky piece of steel. Okay, this is a chunky knife, but sometime this year they're supposed to release a slimmed down version. It's going to be much thinner than this, although it's going to have the same materials. You're going to have the brass liners, the ebony inserts. I believe the blade stock is going to be a tad thinner, and it's also going to have a pocket clip as well. So essentially, it's going to be a much more pocket friendly 110 and 112. And I'm waiting for those, because I guess if those turn out to be really popular, then they might include the slims in their custom shop. And if they do that, that's what I want. At that point, that's when I'm going to try to get that 112 in MagnaCut. And I already have it planned out for their standard 112 from their custom shop. It's going to be MagnaCut. I love the ebony. I'm probably going to go with nickels or silver bolsters, or scales. So I already have it priced out if I want to get the MagnaCut version of the 112. But I'm just waiting to see if the slim gets put in the custom shop, because if that goes in the custom shop, then I'm definitely gonna get a slim version. So from Kodiak Edge, from you. Oh, I didn't know you. So you're a seller. Done the last 112 in Scotch Brite scales that you made? No kidding. I'm gonna have to take a look. If you haven't yet, like I said, I have a Discord. There should be a link in the description. There should be a section where you can share it, or you can just put it in the YouTube chat. Maybe I'll make a section for retailers. I haven't done that yet. or you can put in the whatnot section either. Put a link down if you've got a shop. Put that in Discord because I'd love to check it out. Well, you're a bladesmith. Definitely put it down if you got a website. I would love to see that. Where was I? I got completely distracted. Oh yeah. I was going to show another modern that I got just this last week. This one is going to be from Concept, and this is one of Concept's budget knives. Kind of budget knives, I believe. Well, yeah, budget. Forgot how much this sucker ran. This one is going to be the Nettle, and it's, let's see, I forgot how much the Nettle ran. I know it's one of their lesser expensive knives. I got this one from, did I get this from Blade City or did I get this from Going Gear? That's gonna bug me. Hold on a second. I didn't have the website open. Okay, that was weird. What happened to my sound? Oh, that's why. Hold on a second. I just realized I didn't have my my mic wasn't plugged in all the way and it slipped out. Okay, so back to what I was talking about. This is called the Concept Nettle. This is one of their Concept's budget blades. I got this on Whatnot from Going Gear, and on Whatnot, I got this for about 60, just under $62, like $61. And even with shipping and handling, I think it came around to like $70. So I did a pretty good job on this one. On Concept's website, these run for about $90. This is a 154 CM with TIC encoded 154 CM steel. G10 or sand colored G10 with a diamond pattern, really grippy diamond pattern. And my apologies, I'm sitting there like, what? Anyway, yeah, I didn't realize my mic was not plugged in all the way. It must have been jiggling around in there. using my headset mic. I'm finding this to be a lot easier because during my knife shows, I tend to move around a lot and turn my head a lot. My desktop mic is kind of stuck in one spot and doesn't move nearly as, I can't move it nearly as easily as my headset mic, so I gave up on using my desktop mic. I used to have a lapel mic or whatever they call that, but it wasn't as good quality. Yeah, this one's more like I don't know what to call this, like a clip point, sheep's foot, reverse something. Some of these are kind of hard to classify, but I do like this blade shape. And it is a front flipper. I was just saying that also front flippers from Concept seem to be, or how did I put that? Concept makes some of the best front flipper knives out of most any other manufacturer that I know. Like every Concept that I've gotten that has a front flipper on it has been super easy. Some of my favorite knives are from Concept that are front flipper, but they've all been super easy to front flip, whereas some other manufacturers are kind of some are okay, some are like why bother with a front flipper, where they're either the front flippers in either an odd spot, like a weird distance, or just really difficult to utilize. Concept's always been super awesome with their front flippers. I've never had a problem with any of their front flipper knives, and it's one of the reasons why I actually like front flippers is because of Concept. Really nice pen style pocket clip on this one that sits pretty low. It's not reversible though, and not exactly deep carry, but I do like the pen style because they tend to be pretty easy to get in and out of a pocket. The grip on this thing, yeah, like a modified Warncliffe. There you go. Except usually Warncliffes are straight. I'd almost say like a modified sheep's foot, or I don't know. Sheep's foot tends to have a curved edge. Most Warncliffes that or at least that I've seen classified as Warncliffes tend to be a straight edge. It's kind of hard to classify some of these. Either way, I like that blade shape. And I was saying that this thing is grippy as all get out with that diamond pattern in the G10. It kind of reminds me of the grippiness of some of the Spyderco, which, if you know Spyderco, the grip on this knife is pretty darn crazy. And yeah, that's some crazy grip. It's not irritating though. It's still pretty comfortable. And you got some jimping in the back here. Not much of a finger choil, really. I mean, I got enough. I have just enough space to be able to get my finger in there, choke up a little bit. The pocket clip is nice because it doesn't, you really don't feel it. It just sort of like disappears in the hand. And pretty nice blade overall. It is a liner lock. I think the only real complaint I have on this one has to do with the liner lock. They've got a cutout here that allows me to hit that liner without too much difficulty, but it feels like it could have done with a little bit more in terms of just being able to use my the pad of my thumb to unlock the blade. It's like I just barely have enough to do that without having to dig my nail in there, because I really hate having to dig my nail to undo a liner lock. I've messed up my nail so many times on older liner locks where you have to kind of dig in. That and nail nicks from slip joint knives. The G10 checkering, it's like a diamond texture. As you can see there, let me see if I can get pretty close on this camera. It's nice. Technically, this is my phone, but really grippy diamond texture on this. It feels kind of rough, but it's not uncomfortable. Like it doesn't feel like it's gonna like rub my skin raw or anything, but it gives it a real nice grippy, feel. It like my hand. If my hands were soaking wet, I don't think I'd have any issue hanging onto this thing. Got a kind of like a brass accent around the pivot. And you have a bit of a fuller here, but it's not very deep. So utilizing the fuller, I can use my thumb to sort of slow roll that up. But as far as like reverse flicking, I don't think I've been able to do that. Oh, no, I did. Okay, just enough. If I can, yeah, just enough to get my middle finger in there. And it's not the deepest, so there you go. But I can reverse flick it. So that's kind of nice. It would have been nicer if that might have been a little, maybe just hair deeper. Would have made that maybe a little easier. But that's pretty sweet. Because last time I tried this, I wasn't able to do so, but I'm having better luck now. It's still a little on the slippery side. So okay, I'll call that a functional fuller on that one. I wasn't sure if that was actually, if you could actually consider that functional or not, but it's working. So if you don't like the front flipper, at least you have the ability to use that fuller in there. And I need a sip of a drink. Hopefully I don't keep myself muted here. Okay. Hey, Razor Blanks. How you doing? Oh, you're doing a Sunday fun day where you make something and give it away. Oh, that's kind of cool. You're making an EDC pry bar giving away. Awesome. I don't have too many. I have like one pry bar, and I think I got it as an extra from Kaiser, if I remember correctly. Where are my keys? Was it Kaiser or Concept? Yeah, G10. It's got like some tools on it. I'm pretty sure it was from Kaiser, but I keep it on my keychain. Focus. Thank you. There we go. And then I have another pry bar which looks like a miniature shoot. Forgot what they call that. My brain decided to take a dive. Not tire iron. Good grief. Why can't I remember that word? I can't remember the word. But it's like a miniature version of the very large, long one. Anyway, so that is did I do a video of this one? I thought I did. I might have recorded a video, but it hasn't edited and put out yet. But that was the Kaiser Nettle. Again, I got that from Going Gear on Whatnot. Going Gear, he's a seller on Whatnot. I believe the guy's actual name is Jay. Get some really great deals from him a lot of times. Again, if you're being really careful and you're hitting their auctions, I think I got like a couple knives that just like practically steals. And he carries a lot of stuff from either budget, like this Concept, for example, to even I've seen him. I think he's had a couple McNees and some really, really expensive stuff, and even some very limited stuff go out for a pretty good price. But if you haven't checked him out on Whatnot, if you're on Whatnot and haven't checked him out, his seller name is Going Gear. Crowbar. Thank you. Good grief. I couldn't remember the term crowbar. Why couldn't I remember crowbar? Yeah, it looks like a miniature crowbar, but it's like roughly like yay long. So not very big, but I keep that. And it's like wrapped in paracord. I keep that in my backpack. Okay, so those were essentially the modern, well, except for that Rough Rider. Those were essentially the moderns that I got this week. I do have a couple or a few traditional knives. This one's actually already out of the box. This one I won in a giveaway, and I've actually already had this one. I might have unboxed it on live previously, but I got another one that I got on a giveaway, and it was this guy here that I had actually already had out of the box as I was taking a quick look at it. This one is a, how do they put it, buffalo horn jig trapper. And this is my second one. This thing is nice. Look at the thickness on that buffalo horn. Like I said, I got into traditional knives probably within the last, like I've had traditional knives before, but I didn't really start really collecting these until like within the last year. And since then my collection exploded, and I've collected so many Rough Rider. I've got a handful of Queen. Who else do I have? Haddon and Rooster. And now I've been collecting a lot of case knives. Hopefully I plan on adding some GEC in the near future at some point. Those tend to be pretty expensive though, but I've been really enjoying collecting case knives. This is my second buffalo jig trapper. Just the thickness on this bad boy and the feel of the buffalo jig, just really, really nice. And trappers are probably my favorite traditional knife to collect, although I've been branching out a little bit and been collecting a lot of, I think sow bellies are becoming are starting to become a big favorite of mine. I just like the feel of the sow belly, which is a 3-bladed knife, but trappers will always have kind of like a special place in my heart. They're just probably one of the more recognizable traditional knives that you can get, and really handy with the 2 blades. You got your California clip point for your main, and then you have a spade blade for your secondary. Sometimes you can get this with a different type of secondary blade. Like I have another trapper that's got a Warncliffe instead of the spade blade for secondary. Just really cool, fun knives to collect. And to me, they look absolutely gorgeous. Especially considering all the different materials you can get them in, different colors, and they're just fun to collect. Hey, Sirens, how you doing? How you doing, Sirens? Glad you could make it. But just fun knives. And this one, like I said, I won in a giveaway, and I already had it in the box, so I thought I'd show that. Really cool knife. My second buffalo jig trapper. I considered possibly giving that away, and then I was looking at it and said, no, I'm keeping that. If anything, that's gonna go to family. And this one I got, like I said, on a giveaway from there's only a very, very small handful of people that I purchased like traditional knives from on Whatnot. One of them is RL Simp. And that's his seller's name on Whatnot, RL Simp. That's who I got this one from. If you hear a lot of long pauses, for some odd reason, I've got a cough that just does not want to quit. It's not anything catchy, but it gets irritating. And my throat, I don't know what it's. I've been having a hell of a time this week with this cough. Okay, so the next traditional I want to show you, the rest are going to be from Case. This one comes from one of my favorite sellers on Whatnot. Probably my favorite seller. And they're called Chasing Blades. You've probably heard their name mentioned a ton here before, because I get so many knives from them. They're just really good friends. And this one is a Sportsman series. This is the second Sportsman series. I'm going to slowly work on collecting all the Sportsmen. This is the second one that I have. And this one, let me get this out of here. This one is their elk. I have the deer sportsman. This one is the elk. This also comes in with the rifle cartridge. I got a fan going. Now it's blowing everything off my table. This one is the second one that comes with a rifle cartridge badge. The deer one also comes with a rifle cartridge badge. And you get a nice scene of an elk there. On the one side, natural white bone. Just absolutely gorgeous. Hey, David, how you doing? Glad you could make it. But really awesome blades from Case. I really liked that deer one that I got. Saw the elk, had to nab that as well. There's 3 more in this collection that I need to nab. The other one that has also the rifle badge is going to be the bear. And then they'll have they have 2 others that come with shotgun shaped badges, and that would be the turkey. And a lot of people just call it the duck. I'm gonna call it waterfowl because I think there's also a pheasant in there that shows a hunter and some waterfowl. And that one also has a shotgun shell badge to it. So this is 2 out of the 5 that I have in the set. I've got the deer. I've now got this elk. I'll probably pick up the bear next. Once I think they might have one available on Chasing Blades. I'll have to ask him next time he runs his show. I think they'll run their next show probably Tuesday. They generally run a show Tuesday through Friday, usually at 10:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. A lot of times also they'll run a second show at 5:30 p.m. If you see me shake like that, I'm probably coughing. But really cool trapper again from Case. This one, they all have the Case Sportsman series on the California clip point, the main blade there. They all have the spay blade for the secondary. Just a really cool knife set. Again, there's 5 different knives in there: deer, elk, bear, turkey, and I'm just going to say waterfowl. So another knife from Case that hopefully I'll get the whole set before the end of this year. That's the plan anyway. Okay, and here's the special one that I wanted to show you. Sick as a dog, but feeling better since you got meds. I'm glad you're feeling better. I just want to shake this cough. It's making me pause a lot. So you'll have to excuse me if you hear nothing but silence, or if my mic decides to cut out again. Okay, so the last case I have to show you today. A little sip of a drink. This is the one that really got me. And actually, this is the knife that I bought. I got this one from RL Simp, the same one I got this from. And actually, it was because of this knife that I'm about to show you is how I won this one in a giveaway. And this is also from Case. Now, RL Simp, his shop he calls Cowbell Cutlery. I think you would search for his shop on Whatnot just using RL Simp, though. I don't think it shows up as Cowbell Cutlery. That might just be the name of his online presence or whatever. But this is a Cowbell Cutlery exclusive. He got to work with Case Knives to come out with his own exclusive Coralon knife. Now, these are limited. I believe these are going to be limited to 2,500, but Case was really impressed with Cowbell Cutlery's design, that they're going to be doing this in different patterns. What I have in this box is going to be a trapper. So same style as the other ones here, same pattern as the other ones there, but he's supposed to be coming out with a Sodbuster Junior version of this, and I believe other patterns. I think they're looking at possibly Sow Bellies. I don't know. I know he's getting Sodbuster Juniors in this. I don't recall what other patterns. but Case wants to do a lot of patterns with this one because they really liked how this came out. Again, this was designed by RL Simp. He's even signed the box for me on the back. And this is what they call their Case Trapper Caramel Apple Glow. Now, this is something that you'll only be able to get from Cowbell Cutlery or RL Simp on Whatnot. So, as far as I know, no other retailers carry this yet. I think RL Simp might be talking to a few to be able to distribute to other retailers, but as far as I know, the only place you're going to be able to get these are on Whatnot. They go fast, and I was lucky enough to nab one. And I think his first batch of 100 sold within a couple hours, and he was going through them slowly. And this is what it looks like. Again, this is called the Caramel Apple Glow. It doesn't glow in the dark, but it is UV reactive, and it's done in Coralon. He worked with Michael Prater to get the caramel color, and Michael Prater worked really hard to get the right color for that apple green. And it looks absolutely fantastic. I think the closest thing that Case themselves came out with, they have, I believe it's like I'd like to say it's a penknife that has like Coralon and then two stripes, but nothing like this, where you got two different Coralon colors. You got a nickel silver division line in the middle, and there you go. This is the Case Caramel Apple Glow. Like I said, it doesn't glow in the dark, but this is UV reactive. I don't have a UV light to show it off, but in fact, the funny thing is that's one of the things that I was hoping to get this weekend or this week, but unfortunately, it's not making it until next week. But on the blade, you can see here, if it'll focus, Premier Edition Caramel Apple Glow, 1 of 2,500. He is doing a sod buster. I don't know when the sod busters are coming out, but all of the Caramel Apple Glow line is gonna feature this type of Coralon on it. So he is coming out with a Sodbuster Junior, and again, it's only going to be available on Whatnot through his show, unless I hear anything different. It's only available through his show. This one, now this is probably one of those where FOMO is going to hit some people hard, because this one, he was starting these trappers off at like 115, and on average, because people were snapping these up, the auctions would run up as high as $250. I managed to nab mine at $200. Are they all going to be great? Yeah, they're all caramel apple. So you got the brown caramel, the green apple. So they're all going to be this color. And he said the Sodbuster Juniors are going to look essentially exactly the same. So the Sodbuster Juniors are going to have the brown and the green, presumably with a nickel silver divider in the middle there, just with a Sodbuster Junior pattern. And I don't know if they're going to be etched on the blade. Probably, I'm guessing they'll be etched on the blade as well, like this one is. But he is coming out with a Sodbuster Junior. And like I said, I know there's supposed to be other patterns that they're going to be working on. So I know it's going to be the Trapper, the Sodbuster Junior. I don't know if he's doing a mini Trapper. I've mentioned Sow Belly, and it sounded like he might be doing a Sow Belly in this, or at least a Stockman in this type of style as well. But this is going to be like a whole line of caramel. He's going to have a whole line of caramel apple glows that have this color and this type of Coralon on them, and all the Coralon are always going to be limited. Whenever Michael Prater does Coralon, and Michael Prater's the only one that does Coralon. He does them for Frost Cutlery, he does them for queen. They all essentially come from Frost Cutlery. Even the cases. I think Case comes out with a skeletonized like frame, and then Michael Prater does the Coralon on these. And Coralon's interesting because you can see there's no pins on this. None of the Coralons have pins to them. I showed another Coralon from Hen and Rooster. Again, it's a Michael Prater thing. And where did I don't know if I still have it out here. I might have put it away with the rest of my cases. Hang on a second, and I can show you that one. Uno momento. I might have put it away. I didn't know if I still had it out or not. But I had a Hen and Rooster that was done in Coralon, also from Michael Prater. I have so many knives just laying all over the place. I really got to reorganize. This is like on the verge of getting loopy crazy. I'm surprised my girlfriend hasn't like destroyed me on this yet, because I have so much crap everywhere. Yeah, I must have put that away with the other ones, because I don't have it out here. Shoot. But the Coralons tend to be some of my favorite knives to collect from Case, because the thing about the Coralon knives is they're all unique to an extent. Even though they're going to have the same colors, like this green and brown, they're all, because of the way they do the Coralon, they're all going to have different swirls. None of them are going to look exactly the same. You have a Coralon canoe from Kissing Crane. That's cool. I haven't got any Kissing Cranes yet. People have mentioned those to me, and I have to pick one of them up. But yeah, they're all gonna have different swirls to them. So they might have the same color, but no two will still look exactly alike, just simply because of the way Coralon's done. So you're still gonna have some variances, even though you might, like, I could have 5 of these caramel apples, but they're all gonna look slightly different with different swirls. So I wish I still had that the Hen and Rooster out, but oh wait, you know what? It's over here. There you are. But I showed this. I believe I showed this last week. This is the other Coralon I got from Hen and Rooster, and this one I'm pretty sure I got from RL Simp, because he's generally, anytime I get something Coralon, I usually get it from him. And this is the one that I couldn't recall what the name was, because they all tend to have different names in terms of like the color mix. And I was going to say it's a 14 karat gold, but I'm not quite sure, because I think the 14 karat golds tend to have more black. So I can't recall what name this particular one would have. But this is a Hen and Rooster Coralon done by Michael Prater. This one has a bit more green to it. They all have some really cool shimmer to it. This one happens to have Michael Prater. Ooh, that's a sharp blade. Michael Prater's signature on the blade, as you can see there. But I like collecting these because they all have such a unique look. I love the swirling colors. They just tend to be a little hard to get because they are limited. So a lot of times the most popular colors tend to disappear a lot quicker. And I mean, even the ones that say, because I've seen numbers released anywhere from like 250 made to like, I think the highest number I thought was like 3,500. And even some of the ones that have 3,500 made are gone pretty quick. They go out of stock pretty fast. So anytime I see a color combination that I really, really like, I try to snap them up as soon as I can because I know they're not going to last very long. Like I said, these again you can only get from Whatnot, and these did not last long. He did a full day of selling these, and he had 100 that he sold. But keep in mind, he was doing them one at a time, and he was running auctions, and he does tend to talk a lot. So his shows can run pretty long. But even with all that, these sold pretty quick. As soon as one of these would go up on auction, like I said, starting bid on these were like 115. And as soon as these hit auction, the numbers would just start jumping up until like the highest I seen them go for, like I said, was like I think around 250. They kind of winded down a little bit, and then they started averaging out at about $200, which is where I got mine. I think there might have been like 2 or 3 that some people somehow managed to get for like $190 something. So mine wasn't the lowest, but at least I didn't pay $250 for mine. And he is supposed to he did an initial run of these, and I believe that's the other thing. It says out of 2,500. Okay, now that does not mean 2,500 of these trappers, from what I understand. Okay, I think he's got maybe 100 more trappers coming out that he's going to sell. So you're not out of luck if you still want a trapper. I think he's got like 100 more trappers coming out. He's also doing sodbusters, like I said, and he's also got other patterns. But that 25, that you see that out of 2,500, if I understood him right, that he explained that the 2,500 is across the board. So if you took his trappers, the sodbuster juniors, and whatever other patterns that he does these in, the entire line is only going to total up to 2,500 total knives. Okay, so 2,500 trappers, sodbuster juniors, whatever patterns total. So if you want to get your hands on something like this, they're a lot more limited than I thought. Like, he's not going to have 2,500 trappers. It's going to be the entire line, and then once they're gone, they're gone. So I'm going to hope to be able to grab a hold of one of the Sodbuster Juniors as well. I don't know when the Sodbuster Juniors are supposed to be dropped. I'm going to keep an eye on his Whatnot show next time he's on, because I'm sure he'll mention it then. But he'll have a date and time when they come out, and I'm hoping I can get my hands on a matching Sodbuster Junior. That's the hope anyway. I think this one went this, yeah. So keep an eye on it. You're not into any new case knives at all? No, I enjoy collecting the case knives. I think they have some absolutely beautiful knives, and case knives have quickly become probably one of the most numerous manufacturers in my collection. And keep in mind, I started when I was doing my collection. When I started my collection years ago, most everything I had was of the modern variety, and like fixed blades and stuff like that. But when it came to folders, they were the more modern type, like Civivi, Kaiser, CRKT, various others. I didn't really start collecting traditionals until relatively recently. So that was the Hen Rooster. This is the Coralon Caramel Apple. So those were all. I put everything away. I should have kept everything out. I'm gonna pull them all out of the boxes again. Quality is a little back and forth. There's another reason why I like going to Whatnot for my case knives. Very rarely do I order a case knife sight unseen, because I will agree there's a lot of times where the quality kind of goes back and forth. But when I get a good case knife, it's a good case knife. And one of the reasons why I like going through, especially chasing blades in RL Simp, is because chasing blades is going to do it anyway. RL Simp tends to run a little quicker, so you can ask and he'll do it. But chasing blades, for example, he'll go over the exact knife that you're getting on camera, so you know what you're going to get before you bid on that knife. And a lot of times, if he's unhappy with the knife, he just won't sell it. Or if somebody still really, really wants it, you might sell it off at a reduced price. More often than not, if he's not happy with the knife, he'll just take it back and he won't sell it. He'll go and if he's got a different one in stock, he'll pull that one out instead, or he'll just return that to the manufacturer. And he's done that on a number of occasions. So that's one of the reasons why I like going to Whatnot. Is he'll do that. He'll go over the knife. I'll know exactly what I'm getting, and he's honest. And like, even if there's a lot of just blade rub, because maybe the blades are rubbing up together and you got some scratches from the other blades, usually happens a lot of times with like Stockman, multiple bladed knives. If there's a considerable amount of blade rub, he won't even sell those. So again, another reason why I like going to Whatnot is because I can take a look at exactly the one that I'm getting. Depending on the seller, you might, like Blade City, it's a little harder for them to do that because they have such a high volume. They're tossing knives like crazy, but they do mainly modern knives. And modern knife QC tends to be a little bit better on average. And obviously, if you run into a problem, a lot of them are more than willing to work with you and, either replace it or, make you happy in one way or another. So that's the reason why I like doing a lot of my buying on Whatnot itself. What are the best German I couldn't tell you about the best German combat blades. I collect essentially EDC gear, stuff everyday carry, stuff I can toss in my pocket and take with me on a day-to-day basis. And, just sits in my pocket, comes out when I need it or in an emergency. Where I live, they have a blade size restriction or blade length restriction. But one of the big things is they have it's in the law where, what do they call that? What's the word I'm looking for? They consider intent. So, okay. So we have a blade length restriction in my state. Plus they also, in the law, they consider intent. So if they surmise that your intent of the knife is to use it in some type of altercation with another person, that could land you in trouble. Which is why there's certain knives I can still own them and have in my collection, but a lot of times I won't carry because sometimes the intent is like when you look at some knives, they kind of have this like connotation to them where it looks like their intent is to be used against somebody. Like, for example, this is a purely self-defense knife. I love it, but I don't carry it. And I know how to use them, but like the karambit is this is not a utilitarian knife in any real way. Okay. This is a combat knife, a self-defense knife, combat knife. And because of that, other than the fact that the blade length is much longer than 3 inches, but other than that, because the intent to carry is self-defense, i.e., possibly using it against somebody, is considered a deadly weapon, you can get in trouble. So I carry, the knives that I have, for the most part, is stuff that I can carry with me on a daily basis. And if anybody asks, I'm a collector. I use them for work. I use them for package cutting, package opening. I use them for emergencies. If it came down to self-defense, I have my pew-pew. So, I'm not going to go to my knife. I'm not going to go to my knife for any self-defense purpose. I have a concealed carry. If I really have to defend myself, that's probably going to come out quicker than I pull out even my modern knives. But that's what I focus on, is that day to day, stick it in your pocket. I usually carry, whenever I carry a knife, I'll usually have a modern on me. And like one of my favorite moderns to carry, typically like the Spyderco, the Boss Steed. I have some Kershaw I like to carry as well. And then I'll also have in my pocket, and I'll usually have them in a slip like this. I'll carry a traditional style knife as well. And I've explained this a few times. I'll carry a modern, like say for example, this is a little longer than what I usually carry, but just as an example, I'll carry something like this, a modern knife in my pocket, and then in that same pocket, I'll have something like this sitting in a leather slip. And usually the traditional knife, this one happens to be a burnt amber bone peach seed jig case axe handle. And these were new for 2026. And I'll have a traditional knife in a slip like this. And usually it's the traditional knife that does most of the work for me. And because, a lot of times when I'm package opening or having to cut stuff for either work or whatever I'm doing, I'm not generally in a hurry. So it's nothing for me to take out my traditional knife and use that, and I'm good to go. And then I usually save my modern knife more for emergencies, or say, for example, I'm holding on to something, so only one of my hands is free. Like I've got a rope or something that I've got to cut, but I've got to keep control of the rope on one end. Then I'll use my modern style knife, because those can generally be used one-handed, do what I need to do, and then this goes back in my pocket. So yeah, I'll usually carry a modern. I've got a traditional, and then I've got I realize when I go out, I'm usually carrying like 4 to 5 knives, because I completely forget. Like I'll have this, and then there's a knife on my keychain, and then there's something else somewhere else, and I'll completely forget that I even have some of the smaller ones. So, but that's what I usually end up carrying, is not this particular model, but a modern and a traditional somewhere. And that's how I go about my normal day-to-day anyway. That's usually my EDC. The glue and package tape ruins knives? Wait, what? Why are you carrying stuff in package tape? You're afraid of finger rings to have your finger, degloved? Well, I guess that could be a worry. I mean, now I learned how to use these. I don't flip them around too much, and I'm very deliberate in how to handle these. I don't think I've ever really thought about getting my fingers degloved. It's not very sharp. It's actually this one. Who made this one? This one's a D2 steel. This one's a Massillon. And is it FRN? I believe it's FRN scales on this, but it's surprisingly smooth on the inner ring. I mean, probably the biggest worry would possibly be breaking a finger if you got this snagged on something really strong. But even that, I don't think I've ever had a worry about. Usually this is like sort of like a cut and retreat type motion, or I'm using this in certain holds or certain grappling styles. So I don't know. I've never really thought about getting degloved by a ring, or, at best, maybe possibly breaking breaking a finger, but even in my most roughest use, I don't think I've ever ran into that issue. Oh, the glue. Well, why would you be wrapping a knife in packing tape? I've heard. I know some people use, what's that tape that they use? They'll usually wrap a blade in it when they're sharpening. It's a yellow tape. It's like a pressure tape or something. I can't recall the name of it. All I know is I need to get some, and I keep forgetting to get some. But these are all the knives that I've gotten this last week. Again, let's see if we can put these in any particular order. Oh, I forgot about the Kaiser. Where did I put the Kaiser? There you are. I thought there was one missing. There we are. So we've got a couple from Chasing Blades and Whatnot, that Rough Rider 30th year anniversary, that Teardrop. Got the Sportsman also from Chasing Blades. This one is the Elk Sportsman. That was from Chasing Blades and Whatnot. This one I got, this was the exclusive from Cowbell Cutlery, or RL Simp, the Caramel Apple Glow. And then because of this, it's funny because this, like I said, I got this in a giveaway. When I purchased this, I entered into a buyer's giveaway. So essentially, if you've bought something at the time the show is running, sometimes they'll run giveaways. And I actually won this knife as the buyer's giveaway after having purchased this one. So not a bad deal, considering this generally runs around $100 for this knife alone. And what this one was, when I got it at auction, I nabbed it at $200. So essentially $100 a knife there. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. This one I got from Going Gear. This was the Concept Nettle. And Going Gear, another great guy to do business with, get really good deals for modern knives. I usually buy quite a bit from Going Gear, and or Blade City is another one that I go to quite often, although I don't have anything today from Blade City. But this one was from Going Gear, the Concept Nettle. And then this one was from the Monthly Knife Club. Now, the Monthly Knife Club is a subscription box. They have several different tiers. You can get I think there's maybe 4 tiers of just knife boxes, with their highest tier being the Onyx one. And I believe that one's $150 a month. I think maybe a little bit more. This is the tier 2 name brand is the tier that I belong to. And that one runs at $55 a month. And I'll typically get a knife that's supposed to be retail price of between $69 to $89 or something along those lines. Which this one, I believe retail is right around that $69 mark, from at least on Kaiser's website, for the aluminum parakeet. The Micarta version that I showed earlier, the one that I originally had before I got this, that one runs, I think, maybe $5 less for the Micarta version. So if you want to check the parakeet out from Kaiser, I think they're really awesome. I really like that. I carry that other parakeet actually more often than you'd think. I usually tuck it in that 5th pocket. You'll have TI Light and Holdout. You don't have a Counterpoint XL though. You're talking Cold Steel. I have a couple Cold Steel, but not a whole lot of Cold Steel. Not a whole lot. I tend to get distracted by a lot of the other manufacturers. There's some Cold Steel, like I have the Raja 2. I have when Andrew Demko was working with Cold Steel, I can't remember the name. Well, it's an AD for Andrew Demko, and it was the Scorpion lock, which was, where's it at? Where did I put my Scorpion lock? It's around here somewhere. That's not it. I think that's in another case. It's not. Where did I put my scorpion lock? I know I have it around here somewhere. But that's the only other Demco one that I have. Yeah, I don't know where I put it. But I swear I had it around here somewhere. That's not it. Gosh darn it. I have so many cases. I need to know where I put all my stuff. There it is. I knew I had one of these cases. Yeah, this one. This is the 8015 Light, which has Andrew Demko's Scorpion. Oh, is that? Why is my pocket clip loose? Which has the Scorpion lock. This one happens to be in AOS 10A steel. I got this because I just thought the Scorpion lock was a really interesting locking mechanism. Really strong lockup on this. And when you're using the knife with a Scorpion lock, as you're holding the knife, you're actually helping keep that lock in place. I mean, it's got a pretty strong spring, so I don't really see that blade going anywhere. But as you're holding it, as you're gripping the knife, you're kind of applying more pressure, or even more pressure to the lock, further preventing that blade from doing anything. But really cool locking mechanism on this one. And that's the reason why I picked it up, was because I just thought it was really interesting. I have a thing for like picking up like just interesting locking mechanisms. Like that's one of the reasons why my first Spydercos were the compression lock, because I like the compression lock was something that I didn't have before. And I'm really glad I ended up getting into the Spydercos. I really just, well, I'm kind of glad and kind of not. I'm glad I got into the Spydercos because they're really amazing knives. Kind of not glad I got into Spyderco because they're also really expensive knives. And now I have like 7 of them. That's a T6. I don't know why my pocket clip on this one seems to have loosened up. I don't carry this one too often because it is a much bigger blade. And like I said, we do have a blade length restriction. I probably could get away with it because, like I said, I'm a collector. And if anybody were to ask, I just explain I'm a collector. I use these for, work or day to day. It's just a tool. But yeah, I don't carry it very often simply because of the length of the blade. And a lot of times, especially in my state, the laws change from like county to county. So you could walk across the street, and next thing you know, the knife laws are a little different. Now, for the most part, everybody's, if there is a blade length restriction, it's generally about 3 inches or less. So if you're carrying a knife 3 inches or less, you're pretty much fine anywhere, unless you go to the big city. In that case, the big cities generally they cut it down to 2.5 inches or less for blade restrictions, and they tend to be much more strict. If you have a blade restriction of if you go to a place that has a blade restriction of 2.5 inches, they're much more strict on everything else as well, and not just the blade length. So I tend to stick around carrying something that's 2.5, carrying something that's 3 inches or less on me when I go about. And if I know there's an area that has a blade length restriction of like 2.5 inches, I simply do my best to not have to be there. So I essentially try to stay away from those areas and just avoid them entirely. Okay. So that's all the knives that I got this last week. Did I just get an order in somewhere? No, I did not. Okay, I thought an order came in while I was doing this live. Let me close out of something that I don't know why I still had that open. There we go. Okay, so this is pretty much where I open it up to anybody that's got questions, and we just chat about knives in general. I like to do a little show and tell of anything new that I have, because that way it helps introduce people to something they might not have seen before. Also, this is how I learn a lot, is just by chatting with you guys. This is where I end up learning a lot of new stuff, because I probably don't pay attention to knife news like I should, or at least not as much as I should. I know there's a lot of YouTubers that I follow, a lot of YouTubers that I watch, but things tend to be pretty darn hectic throughout the week. So this is one of the few times where you really get a chance to learn about new stuff from other people. I know there's been a lot of new stuff coming out from Kaiser, from Vosteed, from pretty much everybody. I mean, this was the biggest shocker of them all for me so far, or at least recently, was this case collaboration that RL Simp was having. I cannot wait until they get the Sodbuster Juniors out. And then I'm going to be in such trouble once it comes out, because I know I'm going to want them, and I know they're probably going to run high. My guess, if they follow the trend that these trappers were going, what a Sodbuster Junior, Coralon probably normally run, or I don't even know if I've seen a Sodbuster Junior and Coralon, but at least a Sodbuster Junior will normally really run around like $75. And my guess is they're probably going to go around close to $100 to $150 if they go the same route as the trappers. You focus on Seki spider codes. Those are you talking about the Japanese? That's Seki, right? Seki City? Or am I thinking on Golden, Colorado? They have Taiwan. I'd like to say that's Japanese. I could be off, though. Golden Gnome. I thought I had one Japanese one. And now I'm beginning to think I might not. I have a few Golden Colorados. I have a few. Oh, nope. Seki City, Japan. Okay, my Delica. Yeah. My Delica's from Seki City. I thought that sounded familiar. Hey, no worries, David. I'm just glad you're here. Hope you're doing well. Okay, yeah. So I was going to say, I thought I had one, and that's this one here, the Delica. This one's in Spy 27. I've got 7. This is I believe this is the only one I have from Seki City. I've got the Delica. I've got Native 5. I've got 2 Sage 5s. I've got a pair of 3. I missed out on Blade HQ's pair of 3. They came out with a pair of 3 in G10, in natural G10, and unfortunately they're already sold out. I think those were going for just over $200. But Magna Cut Steel Blade and natural G10 scales, but unfortunately they are all gone, and I just totally missed out on them. And then the last one I got was this Manix 2. And I believe everything else I have, the Delica is the only one I got from Seki City. Everything else I have is from either Golden, Colorado, or who made the. I know the Sage 5s are different. The Sage 5s are the Taichung, Taiwan. That's what I thought. Okay, yeah, the Sage 5s are Taiwan. I think the native 5 is Golden, Colorado, right? I think the Native 5 is Golden, Colorado. Yeah. Golden, Colorado for the Sage 5. Yeah, don't have too many Seki City ones. I don't know what other models are Seki City. All I know is the Delica 4 is. You like spider codes? Don't know enough to buy yet, though? What do you need to know? I mean, I'm no expert on them, but all I can tell you is they're ugly as hell, but they feel freaking amazing in the hand. They're not going to win any beauty contests, but when it comes to using them, they're just amazingly comfortable knives. My favorite currently is the Sage 5. I like the Sage. Well, I like all my Spydercos, but my favorite to carry is the Sage 5. I just like the overall shape of the blade. It's super comfortable in the hand. My particular one, this one's in Magna Cut. I like the Sage 5 so much that I ended up getting a second Sage 5. This one was in Magna Cut. The second one that I got was in Spy 27 because I wanted to check out their Spy 27 steel, and it turns out that I really like their Spy 27. It's a pretty decent steel in terms of like when I was using it, like how long it would stay sharp, how often or how easy I had to either strop or just lightly hone the blade. Just overall, a pretty decent steel. I really like it, so I'm really glad I got some of these in Spy 27. After I got my second Spy 27, or after I got my Spy 27 in the Sage, that's when I started experimenting and grabbed the Native 5 and the Delica 4 and Spy 27 as well, because it saved a little bit over getting them in like Magna Cut, which is still my favorite steel to get from Spyderco, but the Spy 27, definitely not bad. I really like it, especially if I want to save a little bit on the money. I love Japanese stuff. I don't see too much, though. Actually, some of my favorite Japanese knives are their traditional Higanakamis. I still haven't ordered that jade one, though. It's been sitting in my... The jade Higanakami has been sitting in my my shopping cart for like the longest time, and I just haven't pulled the trigger. I'm waiting for it to go on sale because I've seen them go on sale for relatively low. Normally, the jade Higanakami runs about like $50, which is kind of on the pricier side for Higanakami, or at least that I've seen anyway. Where is it? Yeah, these Higanakamis, which is like their version of a traditional knife. You know, the U.S. has their trappers and such. French have their Opinels, which is probably, I guess you consider their Opinels to be like their traditional. Oh, no, they had some slip joints. Was it like the Doki Doki? Can't remember if that was the exact name. Was because I got one that's called the Squirrel for obvious reasons, and it's a slip joint knife. But the Opinels I probably would consider to be their like the French. Like if you're thinking French, I generally think Opinel knives. But these are traditional Japanese knives called Higanakamis. Very simple knife, and only one. There's only one single manufacturer that's allowed to do them in Japan. I can't remember all the names and details, but it's a friction folder. A very simple, just elegant in design, friction folding knife. Handles made out of in this case, bent brass, I believe. And the friction is created at the pivot, and that's what keeps the blade from just sort of limply flopping about, is the tightness of that pivot. In fact, they even state in some instructions that if for any reason your blade loosens up a little bit, you kind of, the way to fix that is just to sort of hammer onto the pivot. Cluster Duck, how you doing? Kind of hammer onto the pivot, and then that's how you sort of fix it. But really cool Japanese pocket knives. They're just really awesome and interesting to me. And there's one that has a green jade colored handle that I really want. I'm just waiting for it to go on sale. Do I have any Tonto fast open pocket knives? I have a couple. I don't have too many Tontos because I'm not the biggest fan of Tonto blades, mainly because I think they look cool, but I like to maintain all my knives, so they tend to be kind of a pain in the ass to sharpen. Oh, I heard about that, Kobunny, which is completely goofy because Opinel has such a huge history for France. The fact that they would make it illegal because it's technically a locking blade, and it's really ridiculous in my opinion. That's crazy. The last friction fold knife you had was broke and didn't hold after a week. Well, yeah, I mean, these I wouldn't call these like hard use knives, but they're really handy knives, and there's something about the simplicity of these knives that I really, really like on these Higanakamis. Now, as far as a Tanto blade, if you're looking for a fast Tanto blade, I've got a couple, but they're gonna be pricier. Let me see here. I have a Bear and Sons. This is a Bear Ops. This is called, what do they call this? Nakama. And these have a Tanto style blade. This one is a crossbar lock. It's one of the, I'm not that big on Bear Ops knives, to be quite honest, but this has been one of the most popular Bear Ops knives I've ever seen. And they're really actually pretty darn nice. Has a decent steel, 14C28N. The thumb studs on this make it very easy to operate. The crossbar lock is nice and solid. It's a very solid locking mechanism. Very easy to open and close. These will how much are the Bear Ops running right now? I know these are $100, but I can't recall how much. That particular one, they come in two different colors. I happen to have both of them. I think they come in more colors now, but I think a lot of times those other colors are like seasonal or limited edition colors. Originally, these came in two different colors with the gray and blue accents and black and copper accents with a blackened blade. Otherwise, they're essentially the same knife, just different colorway. And I can't remember how much they run. Hold on. Hobbs Nakama. $10 Spydercos are, yeah, there's a lot of fakes that go around. In fact, you used to be able to buy Benchmades off of Whatnot, but a lot of people were finding that there was a lot of counterfeit Benchmades going around on from some sellers that Benchmade no longer allows their knives to be sold on Whatnot. And I also like I go with very specific sellers on there. I only have a handful of sellers that I really work with, and so I know that I'm not going to be getting anything goofy from them. Bear Ops Nakama, I don't see any on Amazon. I got mine all from Whatnot, but I'm trying to remember how much they were. Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. I'll think on that because I have a few other Tantos, but they're going to run considerably more expensive. My favorite one is this one. This one is from North Mountain Blades, I believe, and this is their Kickstop Chop 2. Oop. There we go. It's not the fastest knife, but it has a much more traditional Tanto style blade, and this one is done in SLD Magic steel, which is a jacketed steel, or it's like 3 layers where they have a hardened steel core with a softer steel jacket, and you can see the division there on the edge of the blade. And I like it because it has a much more, I mean, for a folding knife, it has a much more traditional Tanto style or Tanto style shape to it. There's no like guard, there's no flipper that's sticking out anywhere. In fact, there is a rear flipper for deployment, but the way this works is that flipper disappears, so it's not poking out the other side like a lot of rear flipper knives generally do. It disappears into the scale, so you get a nice clean line from handle to blade, like a typical fixed blade Tanto. And probably one of my favorites is this one, North Mountain Blades. But these are going to run you a bit more. These are going to be over $100. Generally, I think I believe they generally go for around 120, 130, something like that. Some models can be much more expensive depending on the materials used. But that's probably my favorite one. Hey, Waylon, how you doing? Glad to see you here. How are things going with you? I was just showing some of the new stuff that I got. Well, these aren't new. These aren't new. But everything up here, everything over on this side was new for this last week that I picked up from various sellers on Whatnot, like from Chasing Blades. I got a Rough Rider 30th anniversary teardrop. I've got one of their Sportsmen, their Elk. Those were from Chasing Blades. From Blade City, I got the Concept Nettle in G10. And this one is the Kaiser Parakeet, which I picked up from Monthly Knife Club. That was Monthly Knife Club's April drop, was the Kaiser Parakeet in aluminum. And these were from Whatnot and RL Simp. RL Simp came out with their exclusive with case, which is a caramel apple glow Coralon. And they're doing 2,500 knives total of Trappers, Sodbuster Juniors, and I believe a couple other patterns, but there's not going to be more than 2,500 made, so very limited, and can only get them through RL Simp on Whatnot currently. I got this Buffalo Horn Trapper also from RL Simp, and I got this as a free giveaway after having bought this. I happened to win their giveaway for that one, so crazy deals on that. Give me just 1 minute. I have been drinking quite a bit, so I need to hit the washroom, and I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Been trying to keep wetting my whistle with something to drink to keep my throat from hacking away way too much. Oh, God. Just chilling, Waylon? What did you train to use one? What did you train to use in martial arts class? David? Because I did a lot of knife fighting I wasn't fighting with knives. I did a lot of training martial arts with knives. And my favorite knife typically for defense is the karambit, but generally anything. Hey, Blessed, how you doing? Welcome back. Glad to see you. So, finally managed to use the bathroom almost. I'm sorry. That can't be fun, man. Okay, so any other questions? This is where, like I said, this is where I like to share stuff and talk about stuff. I know Cluster Duck had to go, but he was asking about like quick deploying or like quick deploying Tontos. I showed the Bear Ops Nakama. I don't collect too many Tontos, like I said before, mainly because I don't like having to sharpen them. They're just kind of like a pain in the butt for me. It's like, you got one knife, but it's like you're sharpening two, because of that secondary point. At least if you're trying to keep the secondary point intact. I mean, I could totally smooth that out, round that out, but then you kind of like lose the, I don't know, you kind of like lose what the knife was made to look like at that point. You've completely reshaped it. But yeah, I don't have too many Tontos, mainly for that reason. I do like their look. I think they look great. I just don't like having to maintain them. I'm trying to think of any other Tontos that I currently have in my collection. The Nakama, the Bear Ops. I have one more Tonto that I got kind of recently that was actually pretty inexpensive. Not bad. I do have some qualms about it, but it wasn't that bad of a blade. As soon as I can recall where exactly I put that one. I got it kind of recently, and if I remember correctly, it wasn't very expensive. I think close to around like, I'd like to say it was like around 20 to 30 bucks. They were pretty inexpensive. And it was, who's the manufacturer of this one? Katsu Genkai, I think. Yeah, Katsu Genkai. I think there was another name to this. I actually did a video on this kind of recently. Let me see if I can remember how much this thing was. I know I got mine off Whatnot, so I probably got it a lot less than what you would typically pay for it on another retailer. I don't know, where did I get so much stuff I can't remember where half the stuff came from. Let's see if I can find it. Cusa, no, that's not it. How long ago did I get this thing? Ooh, excuse me. I can't even remember when I bought this. Hold on. Let me see. I gotta find the info. You don't have a Tonto yet? Yeah, I think Tontos are cool looking. I just don't like having to deal with them. That's all. I mean, I just don't like having to sharpen them. Tontos, I don't like having to sharpen. The worst culprits when it comes to having to deal with maintaining, in my opinion, at least for me, I don't like having to deal with them. If I have to get them sharpened, I might either bring them back to, because a lot of times some manufacturers will offer free sharpening. You just have to mail it back. But the ones I really dislike having to deal with in that regard are the what do they call the recurves? The one kind of like a hawk bill, where they have an inside curve as opposed to an outer curve. I can't think of the term. Those I really dislike having to deal with. They're just like a real big pain in the butt to have to do. This one is a Tonto from Katsu. I'm trying to find the actual one. I believe it was Genkai something. Ooh, I just noticed they have some really interesting Higanakami style folders. I might have to look at some of those later. Where there it is. The Katsu Genkai Yoru? Except this one, the one that I'm looking at online has a different colored blade. See, mine has a naked blade. The one I'm looking at, oh no, there it is. Oh, okay, Katsu Genkai Kage. That's the one. And these run, at least on Katsu's site, they run about $60. But I could have sworn I've seen them for a lot less. I don't know if
these are on Amazon. I honestly, I think I paid like $30 for mine. And I got mine from Whatnot. Let me take a look here. Yeah, I don't see. I see a lot of anime pop up, but that was it. I don't see the Genkai Kage on Amazon. So if you want the best deal on this, I would check other manufacturers other than getting it from Katsu Direct. Honestly, I got mine from Whatnot. I'm pretty sure I got mine for like. Oh no, this is not a Tanto. I thought this was a Tanto blade. It's a Tanto style like overall look. Okay, I was wrong about that. Do they have a Tanto like this? I don't see one. It just occurred to me this is a clip point blade after opening that up. But it has a Tanto styling to it where it's like that last North Mountain blade that I showed, except because it's a front flipper. Again, it has those clean lines. There's no guard to speak of on this one, except this one doesn't have the clear definition. The Keto Yakuza. I just got one of those recently. The Yakuza's on your wish list. I got the G10 version. This is one of the reasons why I like Keto, is because you have your premium versions from Keto, okay? But recently, like I have a premium version of their Mini Griffin. I actually have a limited version of their Mini Griffin, but because it's a limited version and it was really expensive, I hate carrying it because I don't want anything to happen to it. And then they came out with a G10 version of the Mini Griffin, and then they did the same thing with a Yakuza. And this is the G10 version of the Keto Yakuza. I really kind of want to get a premium version, but they are a little bit pricey. I believe they're just around $300 for the premium version, or hold on. Now I got to look. I'd like to say it was under $300 for the premium version, but I could be off. Because I know the premium version has some nice materials on it. I believe I like M390 for the steel. Titanium for the. It's either titanium or some like funky types of carbon fiber for the scales. Why am I not finding a Yakuza on their side? I'm seeing the G10, but I'm not seeing the regular Yakuza. The G10s run a little over $100, which is this one here. This one's in blue with carbon fiber bolster. I got this from Blade City, and they were offering the blue with this, and they also had a black G10 with the same carbon fiber bolster on it. But yeah, I'm not seeing. I know the premiums tend to be really expensive. Yeah, these on Keto's website, these run $119.99. I got mine on Whatnot. I believe I paid like right around $100. So I got a little bit off going through Whatnot on Blade City. So I think I lucked out on that a little bit. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the Keto, the premium version of this one runs just under $300 at $295. And let's see here. They have one. They're M390 steel, I believe. Yeah, M390 steel. Titanium scales, or at least titanium bolster, and then usually like a carbon fiber type scale. The one I happen to be looking at is a copper carbon fiber. It looks like a couple types of copper carbon fiber. I don't know what the difference is on this. One of them's nearly $400, but I don't see a difference. M390. I don't know what's going on with that, with their scale on that one.
Either way, I think the G10 version is not only a lot less expensive, I think they're fantastic because they put in the same type of quality into their G10 versions. Like, same type of quality you're going to get from their premium versions. Now, granted, yeah, they're going to have more budget-minded material, but in no means is it like cheap or cheaply done. Like, this is a fantastic knife. What do they have for the steel? I believe this is what's the steel on this one? I believe it's 14C28N, which I think is a great steel. But I can't quite recall. And I just accidentally added one to my cart. Don't do that. I don't need another one right now. Yeah, 14C28N steel on this. Chonky blade. Flat. I believe it's flat ground. Is it hollow or flat? Oh, you know what? No. I believe it's a hollow grind for the flat edge. Going to a flat grind. So it's compound ground blade going to a flat grind towards the tip. Because I just noticed it now looking at it. I'm looking at it from the point. And I just noticed that it looks hollow ground. It's kind of hard to tell because it's very subtle. But yeah, compound ground blade. Hollow ground on the flat side, flat towards the tip. You've got thumb holes for deployment. You've got these triangular thumb studs as well, and a bit of a fuller extending from the thumb hole. This one is a liner lock, or I think some people call it a bolster lock because it's like an inset or inset liner lock there. But super smooth. I love the ergonomics on the Ketowos, even the Mini Griffin. The Mini Griffin, it looks super angular, but they're super comfy in the hand. And just really nice. I mean, if you're going to go with a Ketowo Yakuza, right here, the G10, because you can get one of these without sinking too much money, having to shell out $300, and still a fantastic knife. I really like Ketowos. I only have 3, and each one has impressed me. I've got like I said, I have 2 Mini Griffins. Excuse me. I've got 2 Mini Griffins, and then this Yakuza was my latest one. The Mini Griffins I have. This one, I've shown this before. This one was a limited edition collaboration between Ketowo and Blade City. So you can't get this particular color combination anymore. I think I'd like to say they were limited to 90, but I could be wrong on the number. I know they were limited. And this was my first Ketowo. And I absolutely loved this one, but I was terrified of carrying this because I know I can be a klutz, and I'd hate to carry this, use it, and then end up skittering it across like concrete or something stupid. And essentially, and I know knives are meant to be used, but I still didn't like the idea of something that I could no longer getting scuffed the crap out of. So, and then I found out they came out with the G10s, and the G10s felt just as nice as their premium. I mean, they feel just as nice. They act just as nice. Just lesser expensive accoutrements, like the G10 scales, the 14C28N steel as opposed to M390. But they're still fantastic knives, and they don't skimp on the quality control at all. They appear to treat their lesser expensive G10s just as well as they treat their premium stuff. So that's why I didn't hesitate once I saw I could get a good deal on the Yakuza. That's why I didn't hesitate on grabbing that, because I knew it was going to be a decently, or I should say decently, I knew it was going to be a great knife at a very decent price point compared to their premium version.
So yeah, if you're looking for a Yakuza, I would definitely suggest checking out. Unless you've got the money for the premium version, I'd love to get a premium version, admittedly, right now because I like the G10 version so much, just to see what the differences are, if at all, if there are really that many. But I'm really happy with the G10. And if you want to save some money, that's a definite yes on this one. You like to collect prototypes and one-of-a-kind knives. I like to collect limited edition knives now and then, admittedly. Like I showed you that Keto, and I've got a few knives like this one being a limited edition, because you're not going to see these all too often, and stuff like that. The only thing with prototypes and one-offs is I like to use my knives. And there are knives that I just simply don't use and are more conversation things, but I really do like if I really like a knife, I really like to be able to use it. And I've got some one-offs that I'd really love to be able to use. Like I'd love to carry that mini Griffin with a gold tin and the the M390 steel, the premium version. It's just the problem is if something happens, I can't get it anymore. Or maybe I could still get it from, say, Blade Binge, a secondhand buyer or seller, whatever. I could possibly get it secondhand, but at the same time, if I were to do that, a lot of times the prices are so ridiculously inflated that, to me, it would be crazy to spend that much for a knife that I know wasn't worth that much initially. If you get my meaning. Like, for example, one of the knives I could, let's see, where is it at? That would be, where are you? You are in this case. Like this one. I have showed this one before, and this is like my example of this sort of thing. This is the PB&J case Sodbuster. And I have a lot of these Crossroads Sodbusters. I have a few of these. Not this particular color. This particular color is the PB&J, and I love this knife. This is a user knife too. I mean, this one's S35 VN steel. You've got G10 scales. I mean, this knife I know wouldn't have problem handling anything really. But because of the scarcity of this knife, the PB&J coloring that's exclusive to SMKW, they only churn out. I mean, I don't know how many of these they made, but they don't churn out many. And then once they're gone, they're gone. So, and when I got this, I bought it directly from the website as soon as they dropped. Retail on this was like maybe $75. But because they go so quickly, and anytime SMKW does a case in PB&J, they're gone in minutes. They're the fastest selling knives I've seen around. I paid $75 for this. When I saw them on auction, because SMKW hung on to a handful to sell on auction, the prices were running around $200, over $200 for a knife that I got for $75. If you were quick enough to get it on their website when it dropped, the retail cost. I know that they're probably going to be coming out with 2 more PB&Js. I haven't heard of when they're supposed to drop yet. I'm trying to keep an eye open for that. I know they actually gave one away during one of their shows earlier today. But they're supposed to be doing a PB&J version of the axe handle. That was one of them. And I know as soon as the PB&J version of the axe handle drops, there's going to be a mad, crazy rush for it. And I know if I can figure out when that's supposed to drop, I'm going to be setting an alarm to try to snag one from the website, because I know these will probably these run anywhere from $75 to close to $100 for an axe handle. That's the normal retail. like 75, 90, something like that, is the normal cost for an axe handle. And knowing SMKW, the PB&J is going to run probably around like 85, 90 bucks. And if I can, once they're gone, they're gone. That same axe handle in PB&J is probably going to start. If they threw that at auction, I could see that easily hitting $200 to $250. Now, I want to get one so bad. But like I said, because of that, because they're so limited, if anything were to happen to this, if I carried this and anything were to happen to this, there's no way I'm going to be able to replace this unless I'm willing to spend like $200 for a $75 knife. And in my brain, that's like no, I don't want to do that. So, will this ever be used? Probably not. This will stay in my collection as a great conversation starter and stuff like that. But I probably will never take this out and put it in my pocket simply because I know for a fact I wouldn't be able to replace it, or at least not be able to replace it for a non-insane amount of money. That's why I've been trying to shy away from collecting. I say trying, but I'm not very good at it because I just picked this one up. But I'm trying not to buy as many limiteds and one-offs as I used to. Because while they're great to have in my collection, like I said, I like to be able to use mine when I get them. And, I like to be able to carry them because they're great, other than being useful. I in some cases, I just like to have them, have them nearby. Like my girlfriend got me a case knife. That was a simple Sodbuster Junior, done in blue bone. I carry that with me all the time, even though I know I can't replace it. But at least I know that if something were to happen to it, I could at least get another one for not too expensive a cost. If it was like a $400 knife, I couldn't bring myself to take it out. I would just be horrified if something happened to it. Because it's not like I have $400 to just toss around willy-nilly because I broke a knife and decided to replace it. I mean, I have bills I have to deal with, and I also like to eat. So kind of need money for that. I already spend quite a bit. And I had a friend of mine tell me, like, well, you get so many of these knives, what if you just don't get, like, say don't get like 5 of these knives, save up and get yourself a $600 knife. And my thought was, I could do that, but I'd still be terrified of getting, say, a $600 knife and then carrying that around with me because I wouldn't be able to easily replace that. If something happened, like if I carry this knife, and this is something that I definitely totally would carry. If I carried this knife and say something happened to it, it broke, got lost or whatever, I can replace this knife a lot easier than I could. I could just go online, go, okay, well, I lost my nettle, I'm just going to buy a new one. And I can do that without, in a heartbeat, without having to think so hard on it because they're not very expensive. Whereas if I lost that peanut butter and jelly case, I'm never seeing that again. And that just hurts. It hurts my heart. So or if I had a $600 knife, if I bought a $600 knife and something had happened to it, it would take me a hell of a lot longer to replace that knife. Sure, the knife might be fantastic and stuff, but I don't know. That's the way my mind works in regards to collecting. I still do love collecting the one-offs and stuff like that. I just try not to do it so often. And another reason is because usually if I collect something like a one-off or like a limited edition, I get it with the intent that it's going to go on display in some way. I'm going to put it in a display case and have it on display as like, a curio or a conversation piece. The other problem I'm running into is I'm out of space for I'm out of space for conversation pieces. I'm actually in deep need of more display cases. And not only am I in deep need of more display cases, I'm in deep need of more space to put display cases. I don't have space to put another display case. So that's another crazy thing. And now I don't know where you're getting your prototypes for that cost, because that's crazy. If they're normally like $400 and you're getting a prototype for $90, I don't know. Are they verified? Because that's a crazy markdown. I'd be worried I'd be getting counterfeits at that price point, to be quite honest. And I hate counterfeits with a passion. I just think they're well, first of all, they're trying to deceive you with the whole definition of a counterfeit is trying to deceive the buyer. And I hate the idea of the buyer being deceived. But generally the quality isn't there, or the materials are not done right. Even if it feels like it might be done well, good luck getting it serviced if anything happens. A lot of times the materials, while they might look nice, are much more inferior than the original. And in some cases, in a lot of cases actually that I've seen, they can be downright dangerous, because if you're relying on the blade to be what it is and hold up to certain things, and it fails at the wrong moment, and any knife can fail, true, but counterfeits more so, because they tend to be made out of inferior stuff. If it fails for any reason, it can be very dangerous to the user. And that's another reason why I dislike counterfeits so much. But yeah, I mean, from $400 to $90, I'd be worried. Unless you have a very, trustworthy person you're dealing with for the knife, I'd be concerned I'd be getting a counterfeit. I'm just saying, because that's just a crazy markdown. If you're getting a $400 knife for $90, that's insane. And if it's real, that's freaking awesome. It just sends up red flags in my brain. I start to get a little worried. I've gotten great deals on knives. I've gotten some knives at 40% markdown on auction, but mainly because now the sellers, I trust the sellers I get them from. But like I've gotten knives that were marked down on auction because, well, not marked down, but I got them for like 40% off on auction because either I just timed it right or they timed it wrong and started the bidding too low when, like, say there wasn't a large audience. And say if you only have like 20 people in an auction show and somebody sets a $500 knife and starts it at $1, that's unless there's a big spender in that audience, they're probably going to lose their shirt. And that's what I was saying on Whatnot. It pays to be knowledgeable in what you're looking at, the price that they normally go for, and stuff like that. Because if you're watching everything like a hawk, and they run an auction starting really low, there's a good chance, depending on who's in there, how many people are in there and stuff, you can get a really good knife for really little money. Again, it's almost like playing a game, and maybe that's what's hooked me onto Whatnot, other than just getting really good deals on knives. I haven't been on Whatnot for very long, but I can say there's a couple things that I do to help me get a really good price on a knife when I'm watching an auction. Like I said, knowing what you're looking at, knowing the price and how much you can get them for normally helps, because then if you're gonna, if you don't want to overpay for a knife, if you can get it cheaper on a website, why would you pay more for it on an auction? But other things that I look at are like how many people are in the show, like how many people are bidding. I also look at how many of that knife they have, if they have a large quantity of that knife, or if they don't, if they only have a few on hand. That can make all the difference depending on how many people want that knife. Also, there's sometimes you can get better deals if you package things, or if they allow certain things to be packaged together. And in some cases, you can also win giveaways and things like that make things even a lot nicer. Like I said, this knife cost me $200 here, this one right here. And then I won this knife essentially for free. So if I think about it, I actually didn't do too bad. If you were to split the cost between the two, I went under on this knife. That's $100 a knife. I went under on this knife, and I believe this one goes for a little over $100. So if I were to buy these separately, I actually got a decent deal. But yeah, there's a lot of strategy I go into when it comes to buying knives on Whatnot. I have a specific strategy, and I'm also prepared that if it doesn't go my way, I might just not be getting that knife, and I got to be prepared for that. Excuse me. Excuse me. The seller had a believable story that matched up with the Cold Steel lore. I'd have to see. I don't know if Cold Steel can. I'd have Cold Steel themselves verify, but that's me personally. Yeah, I would have. I would see if Cold Steel has a way of verifying the knife. Because unfortunately, and this is one thing that even I've been taken on, there's a lot of counterfeit crap that goes flying around, and it sucks. Some of it's not even counterfeit. Some of them just. So there are some people out there that really can, just try to screw people over. You paid $100 when you got your Recon 1 Tonto. One Tonto. I'm looking that up so I know exactly what I'm looking at. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. That one. That's not bad for S35 VN steel blade. Or you know what I'm looking at? This one's on a limited time deal. It looks like they're on a limited time deal on Amazon. They're going for $77 right now. That might be the time for me to grab one. Holy crap! Because that's a good price. Because I was gonna say, I know they go for a little over $100 normally. It looks like Cold Steel has a sale going on a lot of their knives. Really? They have a mini Recon in AUS 10A steel. It's not S35 VN steel, but they have a mini Recon 3-inch blade. That's going for $36. Yeah, I think what it is, it's not so much. Most of the times when you're dealing with counterfeit goods, there's two ways they do it. They're either trying to make it look like a very expensive knife, and they're trying to get a lot of money for a fake item. Like, say it's a $300 knife normally, and the counterfeit's trying to do one over on somebody. They're trying to make the knife look exactly the same and sell it for the same amount. That's one thing that they'll do. They'll take a counterfeit and try to sell that $300, the counterfeit they'll sell for the same amount as the regular knife or the original knife. The other thing that they'll do is they'll make a similar knife, but they put it at a price that's hard to ignore. And that's what I'm talking about. Like saying a $400 knife, and then say somebody's selling it for $100. Like it goes to that whole. Sometimes it could be too good to be true setting. Now, I'm just talking about how it goes in my head and why I'm more careful, because I've been taken by stuff like that. And I'm not saying that yours is counterfeit, but what I'm saying is I generally am careful about stuff that seems like it's too good to be true. You know, if I see, like, I know a lot of my knives, there are knives that I would like that run around like $300. And I've seen one person trying to sell it for $100. And I'm like, that doesn't seem right. If I find out, you know, turn around to find out that it was in fact a counterfeit that they were trying to pawn off. Now, I don't know if they knew it was counterfeit. I'm guessing they did. And there were ways to tell because the etchings were off. The branding on the blades were off. It looked really close. I mean, if you didn't have an original to compare it to, you probably wouldn't have known. But what they'll do is they'll try to pawn them off for cheap because people will try to buy it. You know, more people would be inclined to buy it because it's a lot less expensive. And that's how they make their money off the counterfeits. And then, like the one I was looking at, there was a Spyderco, because a lot, like, Spydercos get counterfeited a lot. Benchmades get actually nearly every manufacturer. Counterfeiters have tried to do one over on. And they're not always expensive knives either, which is crazy. I purchased a knife off Amazon. Well, that wasn't really a counterfeit knife. Somebody had like pulled a bait and switch type thing on it, which is really, really crazy. But that knife was normally, I think, like $60. And oh no, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Like, because the materials they get are so dirt cheap, and they get them for, you know, I don't even know how they do it, to be fair. But you know, they're making a profit. Like I said, the Spydercos were really heavily counterfeited. What was the other one? ProTech is another one that I've seen counterfeits on. And those were really hard to peg unless you had an original to compare it to. And you'd see like the branding on the blade was just in the wrong spot or the wrong size. Certain cuts or the way they did, you know, certain cuts of the blade might have been different. And it was a really amazing job because it looked really close. Again, if somebody didn't have the original, they never, you know, to compare it to, they never would have known. But the thing that happens is, turns out, you know, the materials were shit, to put it bluntly. Hey, Spectre, how you doing? The materials were shit, to be quite honest. And if you spent $400 on a knife and something went wrong, that would suck if you went and took that, like, say something happened and say maybe it's not deploying correctly, something got gritty, and, you know, now the pivot's all wonky and the blade is now off kilter or whatever reason. Something that you could normally send back to the manufacturer and they would take care of without a problem. You know, you send it back, they fix it, they send it back to you. The problem with counterfeits is they know their shit. And if you had a counterfeit that got all wonky, and a lot of times they do because, again, the manufacturing isn't the greatest, and you send it into the manufacturer to get fixed, they peg them right away. And a lot of times, because it's a counterfeit, they just retain and destroy the item. You don't get anything back. And they're not liable to give you your money back because it's a counterfeit item. So now if you bought a $400 knife, you're out $400 and no knife. So that's another reason why I get really careful about what I get when I get them. Because I've been had and it sucks. Hey Terry, Spectre, glad you guys could make it. How you guys doing? Hope you're doing well. But that's why I have such a thing against counterfeit knives, is because they take people for, you know, that's the whole definition of counterfeit. They act to deceive. And there's a very definite in a very specific line between counterfeit and clone. Clones don't try to deceive you. Clones, I don't have a problem with clones. They're not actively trying to deceive anybody. They're upfront about what they are and what the materials are. They're upfront about it. You know, they're not trying to deceive you in any way. So in my eyes, clones are, I mean, they're okay. You're always going to get people that clone stuff now and then. Counterfeits are where I draw the line. Yeah, I don't know. I can't. If you know what you're buying, but the only problem is they're not going to be covered by anything. I'm not going to waste my money on it. I think all, regardless, most all counterfeits are going to be shit. That's my personal viewpoint on it. I mean, if you're willing, if that's what you want to get, I'm not going to tell you what to get. I mean, it's your money. You know, I'm not going to tell you how to spend your money. You know, that's your money. I'm just telling you how I perceive them. I'm not a fan of counterfeits. I dislike counterfeits entirely, and personally, I think they're all shit. But if that's what you want to get, I mean, who am I to say don't get it? I'm just giving you my opinion on it. You hate trying to buy knives online? I buy knives online all the time. I'm just trying to be really careful on who I get them from. I get them from very specific retailers, and if it's a new retailer to me, a lot of times I'll buy a couple things kind of like to test them out and check on their stuff. But excuse me, sorry, my cough is freaking horrendous today. I generally once I get comfortable with certain retailers, those are the retailers I generally stick with. And I keep an eye on a lot of things. In fact, I trust a lot of the retailers that I purchased from, even those on Whatnot, like Chasing Blades, Going Gear, Blade City, RL Simp, to name a few. I trust them over some of the stuff that I get from Amazon. Because even Amazon gets like Amazon themselves get played now and then. Where's that knife? I think I still have the original block of wood. I might have I know I've shown this before. Where's the knife first though? This knife. I bought like 3 knives all at once on Amazon one time. This was one of them. This is the Civivi Ananki. Actually a great knife. I love this knife. It's not an expensive knife by any means. I think it was around like $60-$70. Aluminum scales. I believe it's a Nitro V steel blade. Nitro V or 14. Yeah, this is a Nitro V steel blade. Nothing major. It's not an expensive knife. Like I said, maybe $60 to $70 for this. So it's not even over $100. And that was actually a replacement. Let me see if I can find the original. Oh, you know what? I moved them from my drawer. I don't have the original. Where did I put the original? I think it's sitting buried in my closet. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. I'm going to try to show it. I've bought a few from Amazon, but I don't do it very often. I'm thinking about picking up that Cold Steel Mini Recon for $36. And that one's on Amazon on a limited deal. But like I said, I trust the other sellers I deal with even more than Amazon, because even Amazon, and it's not even really Amazon. I think it's more of their policies what happened with this particular knife. I'm trying to see if I can find a picture of it. Give me a moment. But essentially what happened was I ordered the knife, and I actually did a video on this. I'm trying to one of my earlier videos. And what happened is when I got the knife, the first red flag that I had when I got the knife was when I got the box. Every Civivi knife that I've gotten comes in a Civivi box. It's no big deal.
Okay, but I've never had a Civivi knife come in a box that was shrink wrapped. Okay, now the box that that knife came in it was shrink wrapped, rather professionally, I might add. I'm trying to find another Civivi box, but I've tossed a majority of my boxes away because I don't collect to sell. I keep them in my collection. Yeah, I don't have another Civivi box, but usually they're in boxes similar to this Kaiser. There's, they might have a sticker. Okay, but that's generally how they come. And oddly enough, the Civivi box that this came in was shrink wrapped. And so I was recording a video of a box opening. And when I opened the box, inside wasn't a knife. It was a block of wood with two metal bolts taped to it that were in the knife pouch to give it some weight. And basically what I believe what happened was somebody bought the knife, okay, replaced it with that junk, re-shrunk wrap it, and then returned it to Amazon. Okay. And because Amazon, I don't believe Amazon knows exactly what to look for. I believe Amazon just saw the box, it was a return, saw that it was shrink wrapped, so just assumed that the knife was unopened. Okay. Because it was shrink wrapped and didn't think anything of it. So they just returned it to stock. And I believe that, unfortunately, I happened to get that knife or that box of junk. And I thought I had a photo of it. I know I have a video of it. And I even showed the junk that I got in a video. Let me check. Maybe it might be better off if I just found the video. Oh, let's see here, because I can't find the photo I took of it. But I know I posted a video on it. Let me see if I can find that one, and then I'll link the video, and you guys can see it. It was like one of my earliest videos. SOG was good in the day. They were a very popular manufacturer. They had a lot of. They were kind of like, if anything, they were like probably one of Cold Steel's bigger competitors in that area. They do a lot. The SOG has a lot at various sports retailers and stuff. I'm not saying that they fell off. It's just they're not as prevalent as a lot of the other knife makers, I guess. They're more into making like a lot more like tools or survival type gear than really focusing specifically on knives, I think. They're not bad. I have a couple SOG, or had a couple SOG. I think I still have one, but I don't go out of my way to grab them. I think I have like a multi-tool of theirs around somewhere as well. They're not bad, but how do I put? You can generally get better. In my opinion, they're not bad, but you can typically get better knives for similar costs. They're kind of like, oh shoot, no, I was gonna say like Gerber, but Gerber tends to be overpriced for what they are. I think a lot of Gerber tends to be, they're like, if you look at the materials, they're like but they're asking for like they tend to ask for like premium prices for the same stuff. Where the hell is that video? Hold on. Give me a minute. Knife day. Look at some favorites. Okay, here it is. 3 Civivi knives and a what? Let me get a link. Okay, this is the video I did. Excuse me. And I bought like 3 Civivis. Yeah, Gerber tends to be overpriced for what you get. The steel isn't all that great, and I don't know. The materials are like, There's nothing that really catches my eye in Gerber or really, hooks me onto them. And they tend to be really, really pricey for what they are. Let's see. Yeah, that's the video. I bought 3 Civivi knives. Those were from Amazon. And then you can see I show on there what came in is supposed, instead of this. Like I ordered this knife and I got a hunk of junk, like literal block of wood and bolts in the package. Thankfully, Amazon, like I had the video and all this other stuff. Amazon understood, and they sent me a replacement, and I got the actual knife. And this is the replacement I got. So that was good. Amazon, thank you so much for that. Unfortunately, somebody pulled a fast one on Amazon, and I was the ultimate victim in terms of getting that piece of crap. So, if you want to check that video out, I put a link I put a link out on chat, but you can see in there what I got. It was a hell of a shock. And that was when I was using my girlfriend's art table to record at the time, because I didn't have this wooden table that I do now. What happened here? What's going on? Yeah, I don't think I have any Gerber. I've been tempted to get 1 or 2 just to take a look at them, because it's been a long time since I've handled one. But I haven't picked any up. Hold on a second. Let me take a look. There was one Gerber I was taking. There's 2 Gerber that I was taking a look at, or at least thinking of taking a look at. And hold on a second. Where is? Let me see if I can find it. But one of them was a really popular, like, paratrooper. Is it paratrooper? I think it's called a paratrooper. I could be wrong. But it's really inexpensive, and for some odd reason seems to be like one of their most popular knives around. Which let's see here. I'm trying to find it. Let's see if I can. Where did I put that? Uh-oh. Hold on a second. I thought I heard a thud. You love the Thanks, Terry. Equating me to Kermit. It wouldn't be the first time. Thanks a lot. I heard a thud, though. Let me check something real back. I want to make sure everything's okay. Be right back. Okay, everything's fine. Something just fell. Had to go clean it up real quick. Okay. We were talking about Gerber. But Paraframe. Thank you, Waylon. That's what it was. I was Paratrooper, Para something. Because that seems to be like the most popular Gerber that I've seen anywhere. And it's funny because I think Metal Complex likes to do this thing where he buys a lot of like what he calls them the TSA confiscated stuff. And the amount of Gerber paraframes I've seen in some of those packages is kind of crazy. But at the same time, I kind of want to grab one just to have one, essentially, so I can at least talk about it from experience. Because I mean, it's easy enough for me to just poke fun at it from like, say, just looking at the online descriptions of them and stuff. But it's a different thing to actually have one in hand and actually try to use one. And I mean, I'd like to grab one to play around with, use it, and that way be able to give a much more educated view on that knife, because I mean they're crazy popular. They're not very expensive. Like I'm looking at one right now on Amazon, 3-inch paraframe, flat edge. I don't like serrated, and that's like $22. So like I'm thinking of grabbing one of those. And I was looking at some of the other Gerber and trying to get maybe one of their more expensive eventually ones just to compare in terms of price, because I know a lot of their expensive ones tend to be, I mean, for lack of a better term, overpriced. And but again, I don't own any Gerbers, so I'm just going over from what I've seen online and can't really say from what I've had on hand. San Diego feels more of a knife desert. Well, probably because San Diego, California, it's not the most friendly when it comes to things like knives and stuff. Not many variety in knife stores in your area, so if you want to get anything other than Benchmade or a Walmart knife, you have to use Amazon. I will say, if I could recommend anything in Walmart, well, Benchmades tend to be overpriced as well, in my opinion. Because I've wanted to pick up some Benchmades, but every time I look at some of these Benchmades, I know, for example, I'm just going to say the bug out, for example. There are so many bug out alikes that, in my opinion, are manufactured with better materials for lesser cost, that every time I think about getting a Benchmade, I end up getting something else. And which is the only reason why I haven't gotten a Benchmade yet. I still want to get one so I have something to compare it to. I just haven't, because I'm always finding something different. But if I could recommend one thing, because they started selling on Walmart, and they started putting them in blister packs and selling at Walmart. Now, I don't know if they have them in your area or not, but Civivi has started selling some of their knives at Walmart, and they make some fantastic knives that aren't terribly expensive and are a lot better than what you're going to get for, like, say, like the Ozark knives. Ozark knives are cheap as hell, but oh my God, I've had one, didn't last, and was not happy with it because I wanted to do, I think it broke it like almost immediately, and I was going to do a video on it, but I can't remember what I did. I think I was just so frustrated. I was like, I'm not even gonna bother. And there's a lot of videos out on Ozark Trail already. That even if I were to do a video on Ozark Trail, I'd essentially be parroting what they said. There's plenty of Ozark Trail videos out there. what do I think of multi-tools? I like multi-tools. I just the only reason why I don't fixate on them for my EDC is because I don't have a lot of them. Usually when it comes to like a multi-tool, I'll get like one or two, and then I'm happy because it's got everything I freaking need. Now, I mean, somebody could say the same thing with a knife. I mean, it's got a blade, it's got everything you need. The thing with pocket knives is I also like to collect them from an aesthetic viewpoint. Like, you know, I have tons of trappers. Okay, I have a lot of trappers. Sure, they're all pretty much the same. But I like to also collect them because of the aesthetics. I also see knives as functional works of art. You know, because of the materials, the looks, like, you know, the buffalo on this one, the interesting coral on this one, the design of the sportsman elk, and the looks, design, and design of the Rough Rider, in this case, Teardrop. They're all aesthetically pleasing me. I see them as functional forms of art. Multi-tools, even though these are essentially tools also, I guess my view of multi-tools skews more towards tool rather than something that I find aesthetically pleasing, even though some of them can be kind of aesthetically pleasing. But I don't have that desire to collect. I'll get a multi-tool, and as long as it has what I like and need for it to function, then I usually stick with that. And in my case, my favorite ones tend to be from Leatherman, which is, I know people have gone this way and that in terms of, you know, Leatherman has, some people feel Leatherman's fallen off in recent years. Some people feel like, you know, the only good Leatherman were like the older ones. My last Leatherman was this one. This is a Leatherman Signal. And I just thought it was neat because it had everything I need, and it's got a fire starter, which I just thought it was really cool. The funny thing is I don't use it very often. The one I do use more often, and I keep in my backpack, is the Leatherman Super Tool. I think it's a Super Tool 300, I believe, which is a chunky monstrosity of a Leatherman tool. The thing is like massive. I got this one because it just had some unique stuff to it, like the carabiner like clip, and the fact that I can, you know, start a fire with it if I really, really wanted to. And that if I wanted to, I can carry it without the pouch. It's got a pocket clip on there, which makes it one of the more handier Leathermans, in my opinion, the Signal. And you've got plenty of stuff still in there, like your typical Leatherman would. You know, your pliers, your knives, things like that. It even has a reinforced butt that you can use as a hammer or striking tool. I like that a lot of these tools now have a locking mechanism, where a lot of times they were either just friction or slip joint type. Especially the Super Tool has a really cool locking mechanism to it. When you open up the blade, it locks. And but you know, since I got these two, the desire to get another one really was no longer there. And that's the only reason why I don't focus on those. Actually, I think I have one more multi-tool. It's more geared towards like 1911s. I forgot who made it. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can. Yeah, here it is. This one's, I forgot who made this one. I got this one a while ago. I'm pretty sure I actually got this on Amazon. I don't see I see a manufacturer's. Looks like there's a mark on there. If anybody happens to know who that mark belongs to,
they could let me know. Hey, Dream Crusher, how you doing? But this one's more geared to people that own 1911s because it's essentially a 1911 tool that has a lot of, multi-tool uses, I guess you can say. You have the bushing wrench here to help break down a 1911 pistol. Then you have like a multi-tool in terms of like you have a punch for pushing out pins. You have screwdrivers, torque wrenches of various size, Allen keys. I forget what the hell I'd even use that for, but the tools, like the wrenches, could be used. Hold on. You can pull this one out. This one's a torque that fits on the end here. And now I have a tool, something that you can use to help break down your 1911 pistol. And that's why I got this, because the wrench was handy. The punch is handy. But do I carry this around with me? Not really. I carry it in my, I have a backpack that it's essentially a pistol carrier for when I go to the range. And this gets tossed in there in case I need to break down my 1911 for whatever reason. But that's the only other multi-tool other than the two Leathermans that I really own and use. So that's why I don't focus on those too much. Didn't see. Didn't they? Did Leatherman come out with a new one? The Mutts and AR specific tool. I might have another one that's AR specific, but wait, no. I was looking at one, never did get it. That's the only thing with Leatherman is they're pricey as hell. When I got my super tool and when I got the Signal, I waited for a sale. And I admit I got those on Amazon. If you're patient enough to wait for a good sale, you can usually get them for a pretty good price. They could drop pretty well. But when they're not in sale, oh my God, they are pricey. I'm trying to remember what the other Gerber I was looking at. The Paraframe was one. I know I squirrel around. I can't remember what the other one was. The other one I was looking at was a little bit more expensive, but I thought I had it on a list. I was wrong. Either that or I forgot to put it on the list, in which case I just sort of screwed myself over on that. Oh, well. You're a baby and you got a Gerber. I will say, if you got a knife, as long as you got a knife. As long, my only concern is, the reason why I emphasize getting a good knife is because you don't want your knife to fail on you at the worst possible time. So, speaking of like other EDC stuff, what I'm hoping to do is more stuff on like other EDC stuff. Now, I don't collect many pens, so I was debating whether I wanted to do that, but some of these pens can be just as pricey as some knives. Now, this isn't. This is a Olight O pen, and these typically run around $12. I'm not going to do a video on these, but this is just like what I'm doing for ideas for other stuff, because a lot of people have asked, like, do I do any other EDC other than knives? I focus on knives because that's what I like to collect. I like to collect knives. Doesn't mean that other things don't occasionally make their way into my pocket, like these Olight pens. And I've actually got like 3 of these. I got 2 black ones and 1 green one. These are really cool, really small. You got a pen. It's a bolt action like style pen. And then on the other side, you actually have a pencil. Had a pencil. Of course, where did I? Oh my God. That was my bad. Thankfully, I have refills for said pencil. Broke the tip off that sucker. I didn't hit a knife, did I? You son of a... Okay. Well, there was a pencil on this end until I snapped it off. Thankfully, they come with refills. Let me do that again. Oh, now I got graphite everywhere.
So you got a pen on one side. Here's my other one. And you have a pencil. There we go. On the other side, it's one of those thick, stubby pencils. Pretty easy to get refills for either the pen or the pencil. And like I said, even though this managed to break because I dropped it, I've got refills that it came with. But I'm looking at trying to do more stuff with the... Oh, now I can't pick you up. There you are. I'm looking to do more stuff with like other EDC things. And the other thing that I tend to acquire a lot of, although I don't actively try to collect them, I just acquire them, are flashlights. And I might be doing more flashlights in the future. Because I did order a flashlight that I've been wanting to get for a long while. The problem is it's not coming until... It won't be here until next week. So I don't have it. Obviously, I don't have it to show you today. I do have one that's been sitting here for a while, though, that I keep meaning to open, and I just haven't. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where I put my refill for this pen so I can replace the pencil, because I actually like using this thing. Found it. So we're going to replace that. Actually, I wonder how to replace that. I have no idea. So I just realized it broke off pretty cleanly. That was unfortunate. As long as it didn't hit my nice one, it's fine. Excuse me. It did hit a knife, though. I don't know how to replace. I'll have to look up how to replace this one, because I haven't had to replace the pencil yet. The pencil has been lasting for a good long time. It still had a very sharp point to it. So, do I like and carry fixed blades? I like fixed blades, but I don't carry them as often. I only have, there's like one or two fixed blades that I'll actually every once in a while carry. The reason why I don't is because fixed blades by nature tend to be a little bit bigger than your typical folder. And so they're a little harder to, because when I carry, I like to carry, you know, I don't like, how do I put this? That sounds weird when I say it. I don't like flaunting what I've got. I prefer to conceal what I'm carrying, partially because people generally then don't ask questions, or a lot of times you get people that are just sort of skeevy if they just see something remotely like sharp, you know, on your person, like, oh, he's carrying a knife. It could be a butter knife, and if it's sticking out of your pocket, some people get a little nervous. And I prefer to, I'm the type of person that prefers to sort of like lay low and not make much of a wave. if that's coming across right. And like, I have a concealed carry, like I carry a firearm. First of all, we don't have open carry where I'm at, but we can conceal carry if we got permits. And I know people that like to open carry in their state, and I could never open carry. I don't like people knowing what I've got on me. I'd rather, if I have to defend myself for any reason, I'd rather it be a surprise on, you know, than advertise what I'm capable of doing, I guess you could say. And with fixed blades, it's hard to hide those. Like your typical, a lot of people, when you think fixed blade, you think something like this. This is my Buck 119. And well, first of all, a lot of fixed blades tend to be pretty big. This one's pretty long. It's not huge, but it's long. And so that wouldn't work too well in terms of carrying where I happen to live. So what the two knives that I'll typically carry, if I carry a fixed blade at all, is going to be either, I've shown this before. It's either going to be this one. This one's the Vosteed Quokka. and it's a decently sized small knife. It still fits in with like the blade length restrictions of 3 inches. Also, the nice thing about this one that I like is that I'm able to adjust the carry on the holster. And so I can carry this. The way I typically carry this one is I'll carry it horizontal on the front, like left side of my belt, because I have a lot of stuff on my belt, and that's like one of the few places I don't have anything attached to. And so it conceals pretty nicely there under a shirt and under a jacket. And it's still easy within reach to pull out if I need it. It's not difficult. And this is one of the few knives I keep a lanyard on as well, because one of the things I noticed about the lanyard that I like with this one is because it's a smaller knife, I can get a full gorilla grip on this one if I choke up on the blade, but it still feels really small in the hand. And I can take my lanyard, I can double it up against the scale, and now it feels a lot more full in the hand because I have the lanyard resting against the handle like that. So it feels like I have an even better grip on that, even though I still really like the knife, regardless of whether it had the lanyard or not. But it's one of the few knives I have a lanyard on. The other fixed blade that I will sometimes carry is this one, and this is the CRKT Spew, which is a Wharncliffe blade. This one also has a lanyard on it, and the reason for the lanyard on this one, it feels like I get a little bit extra on there when I'm holding it. It's not a very long one, so folding it over won't really do much. But this one I will typically carry in the pocket like I would any of my other pocket knives. The only problem with that is because it's a fixed blade, you've got all this handle, even though I got this pocket clip riding pretty high. You've got all this handle that's going to poke out of my pocket. Now, I can cover it with a shirt. That helps, but it's typically a little harder to conceal, especially depending on how I move. This will poke out of the shirt a little bit or make a weird bump. And but it's these are the two fixed blades that if I'm going to carry a fixed blade, this is generally what I carry. One of these two. But I don't carry fixed blades very often. I do like getting them from time to time, but I don't know if I could say I really collect them. I do have a lot, though. A lot of Damascus blades from, like, say, Titan knives, and I like a lot of bone-handled stuff. I have a display here. I'm not sure if I can pull this whole display over because I don't want to lose a finger. Let's see if we can move it over without dropping anything on my toe, because that would suck. Oh, you know what? I should have made room before I move the display. Let's move some of this stuff out of the way. And should just put that back in the case. Now, I know this is the weirdest angle because it's top down, but there we go. These are some of the fixed blades that I have more than this, but these are some that I have sitting on a display. These all happen to be from Titan knives. They're actually local to me. I can actually drive up to them if I really wanted to. Yeah, it might take some distance, but I can actually make the trip. This one, I believe, is O2 steel. Might need to dust this a little bit. But I do have a thing, admittedly, for like bone-handled knives. And these are some of their EDC ones. So I will grab them on occasion, but just not as often. I did kind of go on a splurge for a little while on these. This one is essentially the same type of handle, except you have Damascus on this. They're not terribly expensive Damascus. So, I mean, they are Damascus,
but it's not like, the type of Damascus that you probably would get from like Concept or some of the other bigger manufacturers. But in my usage of some of these knives, they've held up pretty darn well. They hold an edge pretty well. I realize they're really easy to sharpen. And I mean, they're not like the kings of edge retention or anything like that. But because they're relatively easy to maintain, I'm actually fine with that. I think I probably equate them to something along the lines of like, in terms of maintenance and ease of maintenance, something like 420 HC or 44, something along those lines. In terms of ease of maintenance and how they seem to perform, I can get a nice razor edge even on the Damascus ones. And they all have some pretty neat little handles. This purple, I don't know what kind of material this. I really should have dusted this a while ago. I don't even know what material this is. I do like the bone. I do like the layered wood and things like that tend to be my favorites. The O2 steel, they get a real nice mirror polish on. And some of these are like bone with stag. And just pretty cool knives. But I don't get them too often. Sometimes I'll come across one and then I'll get the itch to nab it. But most of my collection and most of what I look for tend to be the folding knife category. Constitutional carry for the win. There's a lot of pocket fixies available. And like I said, like that I consider the two that I showed before, the spew and the quokka, to be I consider those to be pocket carry. They're small enough, definitely put in the pocket. But I also admitted I'm also an admitted fidgeter, and I like to fidget. So that's just another really, I guess, more minor reason why I like collecting the folders, because I have a tendency to fidget a lot. Like I have so many knives sitting on my desk. A lot of times as I'm doing stuff, I'll have one in hand and I'll just be doing this constantly, to the point of where it drives my girlfriend nuts. But I like to fidget. And so sometimes these are essentially fidget toys for me. Just putting these back away real quick, since I still had those out. Can't believe I snapped my pencil. Damascus can be great, but you still have to keep in mind it depends on what they put in it. The Titan knives Damascus so far seems to be pretty okay. They're not expensive Damascus by any means. They also still need to be taken care of, oiled or waxed. Most Damascus is stainless, a mix of stainless and a high carbon. And because of the high carbon, they do have a tendency to rust if they're not taken care of. Which is another reason why I was looking at it. Realized I needed to do some dusting. Because even if you let dust collect, you got to be really careful about that. Because dust sometimes will attract moisture. And I've had a stainless steel knife, I remember, was sitting in storage. It was actually a claw. From a long, long time ago. And I hadn't realized it, but it was unprotected in storage. And keep in mind, it's stainless steel. It's probably I don't even know if it said what kind of stainless steel. Admittedly, it was probably something like 440. I mean, it wasn't like some premium metal or anything like that. But even that started to rust. And what happened when I was inspecting it and trying to figure out why it was rusting so bad, is there was a lot of rust spots on it, and I noticed the rust was essentially everywhere that a significant amount of dust happened to fall on it. And that's when I made the discovery that, dust will sometimes collect moisture, and you have dust sitting even on a stainless steel blade. If it sits there long enough and, it's not removed, it will eventually put a rust spot down there and they'll just start to spread. And, yeah, even stainless steel it'll happen to. So I try to be careful with, like I said, I should have dusted that a while ago. I should dust that again just to make sure. But that's why a lot of my knives, when I have a knife, I usually, they're either in a case, or if I don't have space for it in a case, or, they're either a display case, a hard case, or I keep them in a box or a leather slip. Now, I know some people are concerned about leather slips collecting moisture, and I know leather can. But in my own experience, I myself have not had a knife rust due to leather or being held in leather yet myself. Usually when I hear somebody say, yeah, I had there was a knife that got rusted because it sat in a leather sheath all this time, most of the times I've heard that story, it's from it's not the person that had the knife that got rusted on them. It's they knew somebody that had a knife that rusted because it was in a leather sheath. It was always somebody that they knew, or somebody that they knew that somebody knew. I have a lot of leather slips and sheaths that I keep knives in, and not one of them was rusted. And one of them was the very first knife that I've ever owned, or that I've ever bought. And there was some pitting that I might have cleaned at some point, but it's perfectly fine. And considering it was one of the first knives I ever bought, like I bought when I was really, really young, that's a hell of a thing to say, considering that was like many, 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 many years ago. I should have it out here, I thought. Did I put it away? I think I still have it out here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. This is the first knife I ever purchased, and it's not when I started collecting. This is like one I purchased, and for some odd reason I managed to hang on to. I don't even know how I managed to hang on to the knife. California knife laws are not that bad as long as you know as long as you know the basics, you're usually fine. But a lot of times they can still be pretty restrictive. And they do disallow some fun stuff. I have to admit, they do disallow for some fun stuff. Like for the longest times, I don't know how it is in California, at least in my state. For the longest time, they had you couldn't get like switchblades or automatics or even gravity knives. Now we can own them, but you can't carry them unless. Like, I can carry them, but that's because I have a concealed carry permit, which is weird. Because if I have a concealed carry permit, why am I going to bother carrying a knife for self-defense? I mean, I would have a knife as a tool, but I would, I have a concealed carry permit. Why would I carry a switchblade for self-defense? I'm just going to pull my pew-pew out. Oh, Spectre, thank you for the 10. I appreciate it. Knife knowledge for the win. I'm not a lawyer. First of all, don't take anything I say for like actual law. I'm just going from my experience and my feelings on things. Oh, same thing over there. Only law enforcement or military can carry them. Yeah, so for me, we can own them. I can own as many, like I own, this was one of the first bigger automatics I have. I have this. This is from Tecto. This is a OTF, dual action OTF. So, I mean, owning one of these, having them in the home, no big deal. I've got plenty of other automatics. I don't get them all that often, but I have a few, if I can remember where the hell I put a lot of them. I have this thing with memory in which it's nearly non-existent. I have one of my favorite automatics, or two of my favorite automatics. Where are they? Here they are. This one's from Cobra Tech. This is a hidden bolster release automatic. This one's 154 cm in abalone. Love this thing. Awesome. That's another one that I like. That I want to get another one of these, except a different look. They have them in bone. They have them in G10. They have, this one's 154 cm steel. They also have them cheaper with D2 steel. But I just think these are really cool because I like the more traditional sort of look. The mechanism is hidden in a way, and the way the mechanism on this one works is if you look at the bolster, they're knurled. But if you look closely at this one, you'll notice a little cut on that bolster. And what you do is you take your thumb and you basically push it off to the side. Now I'm just running my thumb over it, but you basically take this bolster and you push it in this direction, and then the spring flips the blade out from the side. So just make sure your fingers are clear. You take, why is this not focusing? Take your thumb, push to the right, and it's out. And you can see I've pushed the bolster to the right. I'm just holding it in place, and then you let go. And this opens and locks in place. So once it's open, it's locked. You don't have to worry about it bending over. To close the blade, you can do it one-handed or, use two hands. It's basically the same motion. You unlock it by pushing the bolster to the side and then closing the blade all the way. Love this knife. I want to get another one. This one is one of my favorites. This one I got semi recently. This is the Kershaw Launch 20. I love this because it's just a really nice switchblade, button activated. Press the button to close it again. Magna cut steel blade, and a really well done treated magna cut at that. Just really, really nice and perfect size for me. And then I recently picked up, and I did a video of my first gravity knife. This one's from Ramet. This is called the Swordfish. It's the only gravity knife I currently own. And just really, really cool. Now, you can have these knives, like I said, you can own them in your home, no big problem. But if you wanted to carry anything like this outside, at least in the state that I reside in, you have to have a concealed carry permit. Not only that, you still have the other blade restriction, blade size restrictions and other restrictions that you have to deal with. And again, that can vary from county to county. So while I have this Tecto, unfortunately, it's a really sizable knife. Not going to carry it. Gravity knife. Really cool. Really fun in my opinion. Also, relatively lengthy blade in comparison. Not going to carry this one. This one was within 3 inches. I can carry this no problem. The other one, I think that one's just a hair over 3 inches. There might be some leeway there. I've carried it before. I don't think there's a big issue with it. But we were talking about earlier, intent being something. And this is one of the reasons why I don't carry even though I can carry this without an issue because I have it concealed. This is where one of the reasons why I don't carry it very often is because intent is taken in consideration. And while I could explain myself away, it's like I'm a collector. This is a tool, and I like to use this for opening packages and stuff. Very simple. Okay. Switchblades and gravity knives still have that kind of shadow of an association with how do I put this? Well, with people of ill repute. They still have that view. People see a switchblade, and a lot of times they just have that, oh my God, dangerous weapon. Okay. Even though it might not be. they still have that that aura about them, in the public eye. Anybody that knows any better, well, they know better, but because of that, I don't carry them very often because they might not even wait for an explanation. They might just see that it's a switchblade and just immediately think you're up to no good. They might just go straight to that assumption. And at that point, now I've got to deal with that trouble. If you understand my meaning. And do I really want the headache of having to explain this, that, go through all that stuff? Or would I rather just be able to be on my way and not have to deal with all that? If you know what I mean. So that's why I don't carry them very often. I do still on occasion because they're neat. I just don't as often as I would like to. But yeah, that's what we have going on in my state. We can carry them, but you have to be licensed to carry, which is personally I think is pretty damn silly. But yeah, it is what it is. It's the law. And like this one, I love this knife, but I suppose if I got really practiced with it, it could be pretty quick. But in order to be quick, I have to use exaggerated movements, to utilize a knife like this gravity knife. Not so much. I could carry it faster. To me, this is much faster. And I don't need to make such an exaggerated movement to get it open. So to be quite honest, in cases of when it comes to automatic knives versus your manual knives and things like that, the automatic knives to me are neat, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, I know the people of ill repute still get to carry that blade, and they're going to carry dangerous stuff regardless of the law, which is the reason why I think they're ridiculous, is my viewpoint on it. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people feel this way. A lot of people that, at least in the gun community, I know feel this way. The laws only really hinder those that are willing to follow them. Now, I like to be a person. I'd like to think I'm a relatively upstanding person. I'm going to follow the law. I'm going to, I'm trying to be a good example. Okay. But that just highlights the fact that out of all the people that get hindered by that law, it's people that are trying to be the good guy, trying to be the nice guy that end up really running afoul of laws like that, because somebody that's willing to do harm, somebody that's bad isn't going to give a shit and carry what they want anyway. They don't follow the law by definition of being a bad guy. But I still continue to do so because, like I said, I'm trying to be an example. I'm trying to be the nice guy. At the very least, I can say, hey, I was following the law. At the very least, you can't get me on any extra charges for not following the law. Personally, I just try to stay out of trouble in general. I try to stay out of trouble in general. But, if something, for whatever reason, I have to get a pat down, I don't feel like wanting to deal with any of the extra stuff for, carrying something that could be construed as dangerous without any other further explanation. You break the law only when you cover up your fixed blade. Oh, yeah, because you have to open carry a fixed. I think I have to recheck the law in my state. I believe I can carry almost any, well, not almost any, I mean, within reason, if it's a fixed blade, but I think it does have to be visible. I believe. I could be wrong. I could be mixing it up. I have to check. Constitutional carry. I would love constitutional carry. I would still carry concealed though. I just don't like I said, I'm not the type of person that likes to flaunt what I'm carrying. If even in a constitutional carry state, I would still carry concealed. I wouldn't open carry. And that's another reason why, because I believe I can open carry a fixed blade.
but I wouldn't do it simply because I don't like to open carry anything. I would much rather have, I would much rather be the only one that knows what's on my body than advertise to everybody else that, hey, I've got a knife. Hey, I've got a pew-pew. Things like that. Hang on 1 second. I drank way too much soda. Let me be right back. I love Mountain Dew Zero, but good God, I'm pretty sure that stuff just shoots right through me. You carry concealed. Your job off duty demands it. I carry daily when I go out. I mean, there's a reason why I got my concealed carry. If I've got a concealed carry, I'm going to use it. What sense is getting it, not using it? But I find that I don't go out nearly as often as I used to. Well, Waylon, aren't you in Texas? I know Texas is pretty much almost anything goes. In your experience, blessed. I'm sorry. I hope I'm saying it okay, because I see it and I tend to go with the pronunciation blessed. Unless you mean, if you prefer me to say blessed, let me know. In my experience, I've had shady people back off from trying to get stupid with you because they saw your knives. So, West Virginia. Okay. Now I wasn't sure where you sat, Waylon. Seeing your knives, making them visible helps, and that. I've heard a lot of people say the same thing. Even with pew-pews, they tend to be they say that people think twice because they can see it. Now, I don't have the opportunity to carry open where I'm at. I'm in Illinois. I'm in the Midwest, Illinois. I don't have the opportunity to carry open. I prefer to carry concealed because I would just rather not people know what I have on me. If I had to, and believe me when I say I really hope it never comes down to it, but if I had to for any reason, I would much rather have that bit of surprise on my side. That's the way I see it. I know I've heard viewpoints from both, and I can't really argue too much. As long as the way I see it, as long as you're carrying and you're carrying responsibly, and you're exercising your right, more power to you. The only thing when it comes to carrying that I have issue with some stuff that I've seen, I know it's not common. It's pretty rare. It's rare. It's the oddballs. The only issue I've seen with people that carry are when people are carrying kind of irresponsibly. And what I mean by that, like I've seen somebody carry open. Okay. Now, again, if you want to carry open and you're able to do so in your state, again, more power to you. Okay. At least you're exercising your right, and I'm happy for that. But when you're carrying and you're carrying open carry and you're using a sandal as your holster, no, don't do that. Get a proper holster. I've seen somebody using a sandal as a holster. And how did they have it? I don't even remember how they had it attached to their friggin' belt. To me, that's not very That's not very responsible. And I've seen like, or just tucked in your belt. Things like that. Get a proper holster. You don't have to spend a ton on them. There's some pretty decent ones that are not terribly expensive, but good God, people, at least get a proper holster, and don't duct tape it to your thigh. Okay, I mean that would be it. That's my biggest qualm. That's another thing. Like Spectre, what you mentioned there. That's the other reason why I prefer to be concealed. Is I also, if somebody's going to do something bad and they're sizing people up, I don't want to be the one that gets a mark on their head because they can see that that I'm armed in any way, whether it's a knife, whether it's a gun, whether it's a pencil. I don't want to automatically be put on that list if somebody's sizing a crowd up, if you know what I mean. I'd rather mix in with the crowd, not be seen, and preferably I would just get the fuck out of Dodge. But if I have to, then at least I have that even briefest moment possibly of surprise in my favor, I would hope. Anyway. So that's how I go. Now, like I said, if you want to open carry, awesome. I'm glad that you're even carrying. I'm excited that you're exercising your right. And that should never be taken away from you. So yeah, open. That's just how I carry. Everybody's got their own opinion on how they like to carry. I say carry in the way that is most comfortable to you. Just make sure you're doing it responsibly, and not treating it like some afterthought. Like for me, I consider carrying concealed to be like a massive responsibility. To me, it's a huge responsibility. I'm carrying something that is, by all means and purposes, it could be very deadly if not handled properly. And so I take that responsibility very, very seriously when I carry. And proper belt, a proper holster, things like that. I practice now and then to make sure I keep my skills sharp. I still think I'm one of the better shots when it comes to taking refresher courses. I've seen 2 people that have shot better than me, and I'm not trying to brag, but I've seen some people that take their refresher course and it's like, good God, I hope your target is like a really large person and really close. And I hope I'm not in that direction when you're shooting anything. But that takes practice, and I like to practice every available chance that I get to keep my skills sharp. Because if it falls back on it, I don't want to be trying to remember how things go in the spur of the moment. Yeah, you have to be smart about it. You have to know the area you're carrying in. I am of the crowd that, like I said, I don't like to stand out. I don't want to stand out. I prefer to have surprise on my side if it ever comes down to it. And if it's a bad area, I just don't go there. I don't put myself in situations where, it unless it's of complete necessity, I avoid areas that I consider to be bad. Because at least in that way, I don't have to worry about, I'm not intentionally, I don't go walking down dark alleys now because I carry and I feel safer. No, I still would avoid the dark alley in all respects. I'm not one to make waves. I just want to be able to survive and take care of those that are near me. If take care of family, take care of friends, and protect, friends and family. I'm not out to be like some hero. I'm not Batman. Unless Batman was overweight, old, and tired. And that's the way, that's how, and everybody carries themselves differently. That's the way I am. I would rather be the person that you don't really take too much notice of. So, and that's how that goes. And just be smart about it. And be smart about it, be responsible. Any other questions? Anything else going on? What you know what? I never did ask everybody. What's in your pocket today? What are you carrying today? Unless you're not going out. I mean, I didn't go out today, so technically everything here is in my pocket today. Actually, no, I do have. I always set something off aside. I didn't have to go out today, but I always set something aside. Like if I head out, then I just sort of grab and go. And what I had today was actually kind of simple. I had my there it is. I had that out. I was going simple today. I had that out, and then I had this out. This is my Rat Model 2, which is, this one's an AOS 8. If you know anything about the Rat, these have been, they're just amazingly they're inexpensive. At least this version is. This is an AOS 8 steel. I know they came out with a Rat 1.5 in Magna Cut, which I really, really, really want. The Model 2 has a blade length that fits perfectly in terms of what we were talking about, like blade length restrictions and things like that. It's a very simple knife. I consider it a hard use knife because it does have washers and it's really, really smooth. I actually really, really like this knife. And then alongside, like I said, I always carry a traditional knife of sorts. So this one's more of a modern traditional. This one is I believe it's a Richlight Crossroads, was S35 VN steel. And the Crossroads I've mentioned before are some of my favorite case knives to carry. That mix of traditional and modern materials. The S35 VN steel, the Richlight in this case, I just really, really like. I also have the Barlows that I'll sometimes carry, but those were the two that I had set aside if I needed it, if I was going out today. And I'll generally just grab those two, throw them in the pocket, and then I'm off to go. But that's what I would have had in my pocket. Blast. Okay, hold on a second. I agree with the concealed. I don't want to be the first target. I get that enough at work. I'd just rather not be on that target list in general. Blast. I just have to be smart about it. Oh no, okay, we're that Cold Steel Recon 1. Oh yeah, you got the Recon 1 Tonto. You keep mentioning the Recon 1 and seeing that it was on sale. Hey, wait, what happened to my website? Stop that. Because I have a choice now. And unfortunately, the S35 VN Steel Recon is 4 inches. Now, like I said, I like to try to stay around 3 inches. And they have the AEOS 10A version of the Mini Recon. And it's $36. Like, that's... Oh, wow, they have one in Magna Cut? Don't do that. That's $213. Go away. No, stop. Go away. They have it for $36. I'm really tempted to get the AOS 10A version. If they had the S35 VN Steel one in a 3-inch size, and don't let anybody tell you that 3 inches isn't big enough. 3 inches is huge. Keep telling myself that. If they had one in 3 inch, if they had the S35 VN in 3 inches, I'd nab that in a heartbeat. But I'm not, unless somebody else is aware of that. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Do they have
an S35 VN Steel Recon in 3 inches, or is that only an AUS 10 AUS 10A steel? Because if they have the S35 VN in 3 inches, I'm grabbing that. If they don't, then I'll just grab the AUS 10A version, because at $36, I mean, come on. And it's got the triad lock, which is a super secure lock. And just to have the mini Recon, because I've heard a lot of people really like the Recon. So that would give me the opportunity to have it and be able to speak about it from experience, as opposed to just say it looks nice. Yeah, that might be going into my cart for $36. But yeah, if anybody happens to notice if they've got a S35V in steel, let me know before I drop the hammer on this thing. You're also carrying the SOG Flash AT or Kaiser Quartz and the SOG Flash AT Clack and Flint and Burning Stables Forge Kiradashi. And the Victorinox Huntsman. I love that Victorinox that I got. I keep saying Victorinox. I know it's supposed to be Victorinox. I got to really quit doing that, because I know too many people named Victoria and it messes me up. The Victorinox. I really like that Victorinox that I got last week. The where the hell did I put it? The PB&J. That I should carry that more often. It's really nice. As soon as I can figure out what case I tucked it into, because I know I tucked it into a case. I have a habit of forgetting what case I threw things in, and then I can never find them again. No, that's Cobra Tech. No, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. That's crap, damn it. Okay. I don't know where I put my Victorinox. Thought it was in this case, because I swore I put it in this case. Or did I put it in one of the other cases? I have too many. I should start labeling this shit. There it is. Just start labeling cases. This thing. The Victorinox PB&J. Didn't one of you guys order the other one? Or one of you ordered both? I still haven't gotten the other one. They're still on sale from SMKW. This one was on sale for $25, and then there's another one for $20 that's still on sale. I still haven't dropped the hammer on it. It's still available. I should do that. Didn't one of you guys order that? Because that was what, last week? Wouldn't you have it at this point? Let me know if you got it already, because I'd like to hear about what you think about it. But I'm really liking this little thing. It's just nice. I should be carrying this thing. I should grab that other one from SMKW before they do run out. While they still have it. But I could have sworn one of you ordered it. I just can't remember who ordered it. Oh, and SMKW has a Boker closeout sale. I did not need to hear about that. Stop. Your Victorinox has clear scales. Yeah, this peanut butter and jelly thing, this is a thing that SMKW likes to do with some manufacturers. They'll come out with they'll do a collaboration. In this case, SMKW did one with Victorinox for this peanut butter and jelly. And their thing is to do peanut butter and jellies. Excuse me. And typically a peanut butter and jelly is going to be anything they'll do like a brown and purple color to it. Like that. This one's an actual photo of a sandwich or rendition of an actual sandwich, which is a little different from what I typically see at peanut butter and jelly. Because usually it just means the colors. Like my other peanut butter and jelly, what's that one Crossroads that I showed earlier? This is an SMKW PB&J exclusive. Except this is a case Crossroads. And the case exclusives that SMKW does, the PB&Js, are probably the most popular PB&Js that SMKW offers, because anytime they do one with case, they disappear super quick, and then the prices skyrocket. Like I was saying before, I lucked out, got this on their website for just under $80. But when they went on auction, and they were all sold out, and they went on someone on auction, they were selling for like 200, like over $200, which is crazy. The other PB&J I have, this one's a Kershaw PB&J from SMKW, and this is a Kershaw Blur in Magna Cut steel. This is just the collaboration that SMKW did with Kershaw. So yeah, they do a lot of PB&J stuff. And the Victorinox ones, like this one, they have another smaller one that's on sale for $20 that I haven't got. You want an Alox version? The Huntsman is great, not too bulky. Yeah. Oh, I'll have to take a look, because I was never one to collect Victorinox or Swiss Army. And this was the first Swiss Army knife. I know Victorinox is the only true Swiss Army currently. They're the ones that hold that name. This was the first Swiss Army I've ever gotten. The last time I had a Swiss Army like knife was many years ago, probably when I was a kid, and it was some knockoff or something, some cheap knockoff. So this is the first Swiss Army that I've gotten or owned, and I didn't realize how much I would enjoy having this thing. I mean, it's just really nice. And an Alox version. I'm not sure what an Alox version is. Alox scales are anodized aluminum. Okay, they have that? I did not know that. Let me take a look, see if I can find one just to see. Oh, okay, I have seen those. Excuse me. I have seen those around. And hey, Ascends, welcome to the stream. Those look, I do like having these conversations. I like doing this stream because I love talking to people that share the same hobby, collecting pocket knives and things like that. I found out one major downside. I get a lot more spending. Because then you guys introduce me to something I haven't, that I haven't seen before or is new to me, and then it's like, now I want one. And I thought this might be a dangerous gateway, because I didn't realize how much I enjoyed this little PB&J thing that I kind of want a couple more. And Sens is not helping me. Because, they're not too bad of a price. There's some that are pretty pricey, but what looks like they'll go anywhere from like 30 or actually even they have a single bladed that's like $28, but they can get pricey. All depends on like what you're looking for in your Victorinox. I like the bluish one. Gosh darn it. Yeah, I didn't need to see these. I didn't need to look. But the Alox scales look pretty cool. That looks pretty neat. I'm definitely gonna have to check some more of those out. But I really got to nail down that $20 that other Victorinox that SMK still has for $20. As soon as I remember where it is. Yeah, I have a lot of knives, but if you notice, I do stay within a certain price point, because I like to eat. I like food, and bill collectors are happy when they get paid. I have been known to sacrifice certain things in order to get what I want. Oh my God, that long time I ate a lot of ramen because there was a knife that I really, really liked. And I thought, I'll just eat a lot of ramen this week to save some cash. But, oh God. Okay, Okay, yeah, the aluminum ones look nice. Okay, well, we'll just put a couple on. We'll just put a couple on the wish list. It's on the wish list. It's not like it's in the cart. It's just on a wish list. I mean, kind of wish I had one. It'll be there. It doesn't need to go in the cart yet. Damn you. Okay. What else are you guys sharing? Oh my god, I just realized the time. We're talking a lot about like goofy laws and other stuff. It's nearly 6 o'clock when I end this thing. What else is new with you guys in terms of the knife world, knife collecting? Is there anything that you guys are like looking really hard at? I know, like as I said before, like Concepts come out with a lot of new stuff. Kaiser's come out with a lot of new stuff. Ramet. I'm gonna be eating a lot of ramen now. And then Sen's talk. Shush! You're fine on ramen. Yeah. Sen's talking about Alox versions of at least the Victorinox are terribly expensive. So I mean, at least that's not too bad. And I'm not staring hard at the $200 one. Not that hard. I'm just going to get a piece of a Post-it note and cover that part of my screen. Okay, so anything else? Anybody else have anything to share? Any questions on anything that you've seen? I love sharing this stuff with you guys. Oh, you know what I was going to do? What I completely forgot. I was talking about it earlier. I was going to unbox a flashlight because I haven't unboxed a flashlight yet. And, EDC Squirrel, and I'm doing all these pocket knives, and I don't have a single flashlight. And I've had this thing forever. I just never unboxed it. And the reason why I wanted to unbox this one now is because I have another flashlight coming my way. And that's going to be coming next week. I'll have it by next week, so I'll be able to show it to you guys. But it's going to be the ArcLight Pro. Really excited. Been wanting one of those forever. Issues intervene. Thanks for coming by, Spectre. Really appreciate it. Hope to see you again soon. Set, you wonder what steel they use for their blades? Are you talking about the Victorinox? I don't know. I know it's a stainless steel. I'd like to say it's like I could have sworn it was like a 440 or something along those lines. But yeah, I don't recall. Let me see did they say anything on their website? I meant to look at it and I completely forgot. It's a Swiss steel, so it's probably like a sand. Shoot. Hold on a second. We're gonna figure this out. We're going to figure this out. We're going to Oh, okay, that's why. It's a proprietary steel. Proprietary Martin steel. I can't say that damn word. Stainless steel for its knives and multi-tools. So it's a proprietary, but do they not have a term or anything that's like remotely like comparable? They don't really say. Typically HRC 56, so not a very hard steel. That explains why they're very easy to sharpen. The steel undergoes a sophisticated heat treatment process, including hardening, tempering, and annealing to achieve a hardness level that balances edge retention with the ease of sharpening, typically around HRC for the blades. The other tools might have different hardness levels, but because, like screwdrivers, stuff like that, or corkscrews. Not considered high-end or exotic, but highly effective for everyday use. So that's where we're at with that. But yeah, Sandvik steel. That's some type of Sandvik steel, but apparently a proprietary mix, or whatever you want to call it, with their own type of heat treatment. Yeah, Sandvik's what I get. When you mentioned Swiss, Sandvik's like the first thing I thought of. I just didn't think it'd be like 14C28N steel, which is like the most common one that I hear. But we've only got a few minutes. I'm going to open this up because I've been wanting to open this up, and I've never opened this up. You guys get a true box opening of a flashlight, probably the first flashlight I've done on this channel. This is the Olight O-Clip. I completely forgot about opening this thing up. Versatile, did something blurry on screen. Versatile clip-on light with multiple fixing methods. I got this one, I believe, from Blade City. Actually, I think I bought this because I was trying to enter one of their buyer giveaways. And I believe I got this for like $30. Unfortunately, I did not win the giveaway. So, poo. But I got a flashlight that I never opened up until now. This is a clip-on flashlight. I actually like the clip-on flashlights, or at least this type of clip-on, because you can clip it onto a shirt pocket, and it works really well that way. You can see how the clip attaches here, and it would slide down to the, oddly enough, upside down. Or another way that I've done that, if I have a cap, like a what do you call those? Not one without a brim, like a knit cap. I can put it on that, and it would clip to the front. Or if I'm wearing a backpack, that can clip to the strap, or pretty much anywhere you can clip this sucker on. I don't know if these are magnetic. Yes, they are. Okay, because I just... Oh, that's not a magnetic steel. Where's a magnetic steel? That's aluminum. That would have been dumb. Yep, magnetic. So also magnetic, so you can place it on something. If you need help looking at a workspace, maybe like the inner hood of your car, if you're working on your car. These are USB-C rechargeable, I believe. You got a little weather flap here. That covers the recharging port. I don't know how long this one lasts, and this is my first one of these. I've been thinking about getting others, because a lot of... This is the pen. There you are. A lot of people on Whatnot love selling these Olights, and usually they run around $25 to $30 for them. I think online their normal retail is around $40 to $50, but I've seen them go as low as $30. Like I said, I think I bought mine for $30. I'm pretty sure I took that seller for a ride. This one has high beam of 300 to 180 lumens, medium setting at 100 lumens, a low at 10 lumens, and a moonlight version of 1.5 lumens. And basically what that means is you got different strengths. And the reason why they put those specifications is you can see the different strengths have different lengths of time that they'll last on a full charge. If you kept it on moonlight, that thing would last for 30 hours. If you kept it on its highest setting, about a minute. And you can see the differences there. And it has a max throw of about 68 meters at its highest setting. You get your dimensions there. Pretty tight. Well, here's that trapper. You can see difference, or you can see a comparison in size. Pretty tiny light. Now, this has been sitting in the package for like the longest time, so I haven't charged this. I'm sure it has a small charge. I believe it has a small charge. I don't think it has a small charge. I was kind of hoping I'd turn it on, but oh well. That makes me sad. Let me see if this charges. I thought it might have a small charge in it, but I might have been wrong. Or am I not turning this on properly? That could be a thing too, because press ships unlock. To unlock it, first press and hold the switch for about 1 second until the light turns on in moonlight mode. That does not turn on in moonlight mode. For fully charged battery before first use. Okay, well maybe I'll have to do that. Why wouldn't they put that as the first? Is the first thing to do is charge battery. Oh, it is charging. Okay, so
Unfortunately, I can't light it up, but not a bad size light. It's not the brightest thing in the world at 300 lumens, but let's see here. We have a 280 mAh battery. Wonder how long this will take to charge. No idea. Thankfully, I happen to have a cable nearby. Oh, there's moonlight mode. Okay, so we know the light works. Oh my god, that didn't take long to charge. Okay, we're going to turn that off. I should not have been staring at that because now I'm seeing dots. This is not helping me. Okay, anyway. So there's the unboxing anyway of the Olight. Maybe I'll do a video of this and go into more detail. And yeah, maybe I'll do a video of it because I've been wanting to do a little bit more. And since I seem to be accumulating flashlights at an alarming rate, maybe you'll see more flashlight videos. Hey, Groundhog, how you doing? Unfortunately, I am out of time. Sorry, Groundhog. Unfortunately, I am out of time. I got to go cook dinner, fix us up some ramen so I can buy some stuff. And thank you guys so much for all of your support. Hope you guys had fun watching. Again, I am glad for the chat. You guys have been absolutely amazing in all your support and just hanging out with me and having fun talking about this stuff. Next week, I plan on holding another live at my usual time, 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. I don't know what I'm going to have other than I know I'm going to have a new flashlight on the way. And I'm sure I'll have a couple things because I know I'm still waiting on a knife or two. I think from Chasing Blades, actually, that'll be on the way as well. So I'll at least have some new stuff to show you, and then we can talk about anything else in terms of the knife world or EDC world that you guys want to talk about. I have a blast doing this, and I hope you guys do too. But if you haven't yet, please hit like and hit that subscribe button. Also, don't forget to hit that notification bell. That way, you know as soon as I drop a new video or start my live. More videos coming your way this week. I've been glad to be able to do more videos and drop more videos. Go check them out when you can. And that's about it. But thanks again for joining me. Hope you guys had fun. I know I had a blast. And hope to see you guys in the next video. Don't have an ending to this, so I'm just going to say bye and then end this. So, bye. Okay, I should be ending this, but I don't know where my button went. There's a button around here. So there it is. Okay, bye.